and my throat fucking blows this morning. No, that stream's up, I think. Yeah, I'll take a cough drop if I can. I'm losing my voice is gone. I probably need to fucking go skiing. That'll fucking help. Like, I get these like face I've been getting windburn. I know you have no snow out there in the West if you're watching the show this morning and you're living in the West. I just want you to know that the Midwest has epic snow this year, and it's dumping outside this morning. Again. What's going on, Hepcat? How are you? My account is fucking going boom this morning, which is awesome. Oh boy. I just spent the last fucking few days picking up every dead soldier that I could. Everything that got clipped this week, I was like, I can't say no to this because I just can't. Like, I'm just like, there's no fucking way. Now that doesn't mean there isn't gonna be some bad shit happening here, but it's never fucking fun being the only asshole buying shit. It sucks. It really does. It fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie, candy coat it for you. You're usually alone. It's usually like you and like 1,000 motherfuckers that are you know, fucking hair on fire, fucking trucks on fire going over sides of hills and shit. And I normally look at that as like I normally see that as you know, I don't know, man. I don't know why the fuck my brain is wired like that, but no, that doesn't preclude the fact that there's some real fucking danger here in the markets. Now we got to chat. We just took back half the fucking move down. Just want you to know that. Can you guys see me this morning, or is this stream live? I don't know if it is or isn't. Hold on here. Oh, I didn't do anything either. Hold on here. I fucking hate buying Doom. It's such a fucking... oh, wait a minute. Can't do that. That's music. I was playing jazz late night last night. And by the way, I've been working like, I've been working some monster hours. I'm putting in like 18-hour days, 14-hour days. I could go crawl in a hole somewhere this morning. I kid you not, like for Friday, so Saturday, Sunday, I need to go skiing. I can't resist. We're getting hammered with snow, lake effect snow. I don't know. Maybe I will crawl in a corner all weekend and just like, I feel like I need to go into a corner and just like shiver. What are you doing, Spoos? What am I doing here? I gotta do some other stupid shit here. What do I gotta do here? Stream settings. I gotta check everything here. Make sure the Russian sex bots and Chinese. I like Russians and I like Chinese. I like people, but I don't like no Russian and Chinese sex bots inside my chat. Hey, what we'll do here is we'll leave this. We'll leave the chat open for YouTube. But you gotta be I don't know what it is. Like you gotta click like and subscribe. Subscribing is free. It is Friday. So any duration. Please like and subscribe to these videos. I hate saying that shit, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. So we're gonna do something this morning that I normally don't do even for the community. Thank you, I love you. We're gonna do something this morning that I don't normally do. I don't think I've ever done it. Coming up into the daily trigger right now. I don't normally do this most, for one reason is because one reason I don't do this is because I have to be quick with it. A couple things here. So let's start. Let's go a little bit. I hate like in my account, like I have like 3 brokerages that I'm actively trading in, so I'm like bouncing between them all, and I'm like, I fucking hate doing this because I gotta fucking go from each one, and then like, oh, should I stay in? Should I close? Should I stay in? Should I close? Anyways, that's different stuff. But what I want to talk to you about is that yesterday I had to go look at a studio in Detroit. So I left early yesterday, just as the market was closing. I was trying to watch just after the bell to see if Spy would be all right or whatever. We'll get into it this morning, but so I get out of here and this isn't like looking for a house or something. I have to like look at everything in this fucking place. I got to check the fucking power, blah, 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 blah. I got to check the neighborhood. I got to check the noise levels, a bunch of different stuff. And so it wound up taking me forever. And then I've got some other family stuff I have to deal with. It's been building all week long with my daughter. She had I shouldn't say one. Her first friend's father died this week. And it's been real rough. It's been even rough on my daughter navigating friendship this whole week. And of course, I have my own responsibilities too, right? I got familial responsibilities, stream responsibilities, community responsibilities, you name it. So this week's been kind of crazy. Now, what does that all mean? So I leave yesterday. I don't see what takes place after the bell. And I finished up with my family last night. I think it was 9:30, something like that, maybe 10:30. I get home late last night with my daughter, my youngest daughter, and my wife. And I'm doing the usual wrap up the family stuff. And I go to start looking. It's like post 9 p.m. or something like that. It's like 10, maybe 10:30. I start looking and I'm like, fuck. That after the bell thing was not good. Not only was it after the bell thing not good, but I do this whenever you see me not talking on the show. I don't talk about this a lot, but when you don't see me talking on the show, you're like, well, what is he doing right now? What I'm trying to do is cycle through the entire market in the background down here. I'll try to cycle through the entire market as quickly as I possibly can on like a daily basis. So, and when I'm looking at it on a daily basis, I'll cycle back through a 4-hour and a 1-hour basis. And sometimes I'll find things. I'm like, I got to look now at a weekly, at a monthly, and a 3-month. And I have to be really fast about it. And you have to have the keenest eye you possibly can because you can miss things. Sometimes it's like pennies, literal pennies, in the market. And so if you miss those things, that's bad. And you got to be really focused and concentrated on what you're doing because you're trying to get a snapshot of everything. And that everything is where sometimes you can find hidden information within the stock market. And at any rate, last night, I started cycling through the market and I'm going through it. I'm going through it. And I started I was like, yeah, this isn't good. And I say that because I watched the rotations in the market, not as closely as some. There are other people that are much better, like figuring out money. He's really good at it. There's people that watch like Stock Charts does a really good job of laying out rotations, but I've never liked the way that like Stock Charts shows you rotational trading within the stock market. I like better to look directly at those different issues, and those issues range from currencies to metals to specific sectors, crypto, indexes, the major weights within those indexes, that kind of stuff. And I normally don't talk about it on stream for a bunch of reasons. One, it's time and market. Two, you have to be quick. You could get bogged down in this shit, and it's not for everyone. It's kind of like dry. At any rate, I went through last night, and I'm starting to look around the entire market, and yes, I'm looking through the entire market, and as I watch rotations throughout the day, I'm normally not too concerned. And yesterday after the bell, there was yesterday after, or I guess it started happening late yesterday, but I didn't see it. And then after the bell, when we took that dive, it continued. So I started looking through for the cycling, and I got kind of concerned. I love rotation, but when you're watching rotation, you're also looking to make sure that it's a healthy rotation. And what I saw last night was very concerning. Now, it doesn't mean something bad's going to happen, but it triggered me to start digging deeper and deeper and deeper. And then I wrote a brief last night, and I didn't get it out, I don't think, until 2:30 in the morning, maybe 2:30 in the morning. So I haven't slept. You know, by the time I got to sleep last night was 3:30, 4:30 in the morning or something like that. And of course, I'm up this morning at 7 and then 8:30 and shit like that. So I haven't slept again. Like fucking Christ. Oops, sorry, but at any rate, the reason I put that special report out last night, and the reason why I've been doing market briefs again, is because we're coming into that season. I started doing market briefs every night. I'm doing them because I think I started doing them last week or Monday or something. I don't know, but I'm doing them because we're back into that bullshit season, where I think that they're needed. You know, there are times when I do market briefs and they're not needed. The market is pretty fucking straightforward. And there isn't really truly a ton to talk about. I feel like when I'm writing those briefs, oftentimes that they really don't matter. And when they do matter, that's when I start feeling like I got to start doing them again. And I think they do matter right now. So I'm writing them again, these briefs. And I have a little bit of help in the background too. I've actually got someone helping me. I did take on someone to help me lay out the brief so that I can jump in and do what I need to do that needs to be done in those briefs. So hopefully I can keep doing them. But I will tell you again, if it gets boring again, like, you know, summer doldrums or some shit, or we're just going vertical or something like that, there's no reason to be doing those briefs. I was doing them off pretty frequently, and then the market just started going vertical. And it's like, what am I going to write about this tonight? Buy the dip on the hourly trigger, buy the dip on the daily trigger. You know, they're just not needed. But when we come into these times where there's volatility or there's seasonal weakness expected, the market can become kind of cloudy, even for myself. And so starting that journal kind of a thing back up again is even helping me. To be a little bit more an eye on the market, a little bit more. I don't know if I'd call it. I don't know if I call it. It's not quite critical. It's just, you know, there's times when you want to be paying very fucking close attention to what the fuck is going on, as I would say to my wife privately behind a closed door. And I have done that in life, and I think, you know, most of you probably do at some points. And when things are hairy, you're like, okay, I'm going to start focusing here. And so, anyways, the thing about late last night was I wrote this special report, and on Wednesday, I wrote a market brief that said we are risk off here. And last night, the stuff that I saw from yesterday's close, right in that zone, left me with some information that I wanted to share with our community. Now, I'm not going to go over that stuff this morning. That's for community. But this morning, I did get a request to maybe go over this market with all of you, so you can kind of see what I try to look. Today's Friday, right? So if you want to know when I look at the entire market or what matters to me, especially in that low yesterday, this is a poignant time to maybe show you what I look at nighttime, or at different times, or the weekend, or things like that. And what I really want to, like, a top line for this is oftentimes you'll see, so we hit our price targets, right there. Oftentimes I'll see, like, I don't know, I'll see like SPY crashing or some shit like that, right? Like, on a 1 minute, an hourly chart or some shit. And I'm looking around the market and I'm like, yeah, it's because Nvidia's down, as an example. But the rest of the market's just like pumping right along. And so I'll hear people panic, either in FinTwit or on social media or some shit or wherever. And I'm looking around the entire market and I'm like, these people out of their fucking minds. Like, are they looking everywhere? There's like one stank down right now. And the reason that I'm looking at that stuff is because you can stretch price. Sometimes you see me on the show say, I'll be like, hey, you notice how we're dropping in after hours pre-market overnight, and they can't sell it during the day, but it looks really nasty. And it looks like a hit and run. I'll be like, the Bears came for a raid. It's going to come right back. And people are like, how do you know that? And it's because I'm looking at everywhere else. And everywhere else looks great. Or it's not down so much, or it's not in any kind of place where there's indecision or danger, that kind of stuff. And so that's kind of why I do that whole market view, is just to see where everyone is. And last night, one thing that I noticed last night was that there was some major deleveraging going on, unlike any of the rotation that's been going on yesterday in particular, near end of day, near after hours, and we were slapping some things that were giving definite warning signs in the market yesterday. And of course, I'm not in my office, so I didn't see the fucking close when we started ripping down after the bell. And so that, of course, triggered me to start going through all that stuff yesterday. And I wrote a report on it last night. And I said at one point in this report, I said, I can't really post all this shit. I'm not going to post fucking 30 goddamn charts for the whole entire market and like in a brief. And you get bogged down, you get lost in it and all that kind of stuff. And it's more something better to either do on a live stream to show you, or to show you what I look at in a live stream. It's just easier, quicker. So that doesn't mean that the market's going to do what I said in the brief last night either. It's just a matter of saying, you want to see what I do, why I'm writing this. This is a good time and a good example too. A good time and good example as to like the why you're doing this stuff. Because yesterday was a good example of why you do this stuff. Because you can look around the market and say, there's like we're shaking and rattling and rolling at this point. And when you're shaking, rattling, and rolling, you want to be able to identify that it's something that you have to be hyper aware of and respect. So anyways, we got some stuff to talk about this morning. Good morning. And I don't know that you can do this. I don't know if there's an AI out there yet that could do this. I don't think there's an AI built today that can look at the market like that quickly and just absorb it and then think about it that quickly and then come to an outlook or something from it. So we might still have a job around here just yet, boys and girls, and theys and thems out there. Michigan consumer sentiment, I don't know, it's shockingly 57.3, which is outstanding. Says consumers are happy. So I guess someone in politics is happy right now. Michigan consumer sentiment is now a politically driven sentiment survey. Oh, coffee. Man, I needed that fucking coffee bad. And I need this water. And I apologize for my voice this morning. It's getting blown out like a bad bottle blonde hair dye job. All right, here we go. Let's get that going. Today is Friday. Congratulations out there. You made it. So if you're still alive right now, damn it. Dude, Ford Motor Stock went cranking this morning. And of course, yesterday I'm reading first of all, I read a story on fucking Reddit about the U.S. car makers are in full panic meltdown mode. I'm like, my Ford stock was great. Then what else did I read yesterday? An inflation report about the worst job thing since the Great Depression, which is bullshit. And then like Challenger didn't say we're using this stuff. which looks like a fucking setup. What's going on with the thingy over here? Why is this thing never fucking showing? God damn. Nope, that ain't it. All right. So, this morning, it being a Friday, and because of what this week looks like, and there's some really good examples here, and I want to talk to you about it if we can. So we're gonna go over to the trigger screen. We're gonna start over here. I don't know if it's still here. I might have. Yeah, I deleted it. Hold on a second here. We're gonna move all this for a minute, and we're gonna talk about SPY. Now, this doesn't matter what symbol you're looking at. If you're using triggers and velocity, we got to talk about this because it's in the training videos and the website. I talk about it ad nauseum, and then I forget to talk about it. And it seems like rules go out the fucking window with people. And it's like the rules just like go out the window for people. If you're an investor or a trader, you might not have any of those things. You might not have any tools in your tool belt or in a toolbox. That's the first thing you got to learn at some point, that you should have some rules and tools, not just the like consuming videos or live streams or reading books. You should do that stuff. But most investors and traders that are younger in the market, they oftentimes need either mentorship or they need to start journaling and writing down things that work and don't work, so that they have some edge in the market. And if you can identify what works for you, not what works for me or anyone else out there, but what works for you and what doesn't, you don't fall into the hindsight trading trap, you can be very successful as a trader, whether you're a bear, bull, seller, buyer, buy curious. I don't care what you are. If you have some rules in life, and especially in the stank market, especially if they prove to be an edge for you, you can do well in the stock market. And it's usually one of those things that a lot of traders are missing. It's like that last piece that brings everything together. I found the stock market. I went to school for this and that. I'm in the stank market. I'm in this market, that market, crypto market. I don't care. You just name it. Whatever you fuck you're into or you cycle through. And I started buying this, and then I started opening these, and then I started running the wheels, and then I started doing this and that. Now I don't know. Now I sit in a bathrobe and I don't shave all night long and trade futures. Whatever it is you do, a key part that brings it all together is typically becoming friends with other people, mentorships. This could be just a friendship, can be a mentorship. Not just doing the troll flaming stuff and bouncing ideas off of other people, or in trying to like make everything cohesive for yourself. That's when you start to usually, if you do it right, if you're like done with the pain and all that kind of bullshit, you're usually moving into this place where things get better for you. I'll be honest, things get easier. When you see me not like freaking out or whatever, it's time in markets, and it's talking to other people, and it's journaling and that kind of stuff. Just like some of these market briefs I'm doing for you right now. So anyways, there's a couple things we got to look at here. And the rules that I have for myself, the reason that you have those rules is because there's edge or no edge. Edge or no edge. Doesn't mean you can't like hit a home run out of the park on no edge or something like that. But these things are written from myself and from others, from being honest, with yourself and saying this works and this doesn't work. Yeah, it worked. I hit a home run once or 3 times, but over here I hit a home run 7 times. Now, the 7-time home run is typically boring. It's boring as fuck. It's systematic usually. And you're waiting for your setup and you see everyone else cheering and jeering here and there and all these other things. And you can't, you fear of missing out, right? Or maybe someone hit a home run on a low probability thing and you wish you were a part of it. That's all real, right? And also oftentimes people are coaxed into wanting to be a part of that. And the market needs supply. I think I saw John L. last night making some commentary late night at like 1:30 in the morning. I went back and started reading the chat, and like I think he was saying something about like I don't know what the fuck he was saying at this, but I'm trying to like quote exactly what he said. But my response to him was, it sucks because the market needs supply. That's what it needs. And no, you can scream until you're blue in the fucking face, and it doesn't matter. You're gonna always have supply for the market. There's like a soap opera built around the stock market to entice you to be the supply for the stock market, and that doesn't mean that it's all retailers. There are a fuck ton of licensed professionals that are just like retailers, and they fall into the same fucking traps too. There are banks and hedge funds that blow up. There are family offices that blow up. There are, we save banks. These are large institutions, too big to fail, right? Because they fuck up. So don't think either that this is just a retail problem or, I don't know, I'm a construction worker, bro. I'm not going to make it against these guys. To be honest with you, the dumber you are in the market, usually, in my view, the better off you are. Usually the smarter guys in the market, they start selling shit. They sell newspapers, they sell themselves on TV, they sell themselves whatever. They sound like they know what they're talking about, don't they? I would fucking bet with that whoever you think is the smartest market participant that you consume, I would love to sit next to them and trade with them. I would love to, because you never see those guys executing trades. I want you to ask yourself that question. You'll never see, and then I don't mean like see it on a screen or something. You'll never see them say, I am long here and I'm short here and I'm closing here in real time. You'll always hear about it afterwards. Oh yeah, I did this last week or 2 weeks ago, and I closed it just now. You'll never see that from those people. You only see them using their words. To me, it's like a devil's fucking tongue. I don't give a fuck how much you know about the market. I'll be honest with you. The only thing that I fucking care about is if you are making money in the market. That's what I care about. I don't care about the pontificating. I don't give a fuck about the big words. I don't give a fuck about your essays. I don't give a fuck about any of it. I want to know, are you making money in the stock market? And that's rare. That's rare. Most people are selling a service, right? They're managing a low-cost ETF for you. You put your money into those things. They charge you fees, right? Some of those fees are out of control. Sometimes you might have a year where you make 50% and the fucking fees are 35, 40, sometimes 50%. I don't know if you know that, but that's real. So they sound really fucking smart, but at the same time, they're hitting you with fucking fees, the money they're managing for you. So, at any rate, sorry for that rant. So we're going to talk about something important here. And we're going to look at the market. We're going to look at the market. I think the 1 hour kind of works here. We're going to do a replay here. And we're going to go right back to right about here. Okay. Okay, we got a replay up, right? Okay, we got a replay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to look at. We didn't have to. No, wait a minute, I got to do it. Hold on a second here. That's wrong. Can I do a replay? I'm going to go right back here. There it is. Right there. So you got to remember that I'm doing these briefs, and when I saw this, this is your first low right here, and this is your second one right here. Now this low is a new lower low below the daily trigger. And the moment you see something like this, that's a bad sign. Now it doesn't mean that we don't know anything at this point, but you got a low and a new low. But this tells you right away, hey, you're risk off. No new positions. If you've executed a long or whatever, you ain't opening anymore. Now this can recover and start mooning again. Sweet, we didn't open any more positions. Everything is fine. But in the background, the probability of this happening is low versus a move lower. There's a higher probability of the roll lower. Higher probability of the roll lower than the roll higher. So this is written in blood. I'm going to tell you right now it is. So you're waiting for conditions to improve at this point. You got the low and the new low under the daily trigger. You're waiting then for conditions to improve where we can get above the hourly trigger, make two back tests with a new high twice above the daily trigger to instigate any new longs. Right here. Okay. And if anything, if you were long, let's say you're opening longs over here, longs, this actually gives you the chance to exit if you were long. Or put some stops down here in case we roll and manage the longs that you had here. So you take a few cuts. Then you banged up a little bit, but you can start looking lower to buy a dip at that point or start selling with the rest of the market. And especially right now where we are in the stock market and seasonally, it becomes more important to be paying attention to this stuff. I'm not really, I pay attention to it, but I'm not laser focused on it when we're in seasons of usually bullishness. And if the year looks like a bull year, not looking too closely at it. And that makes sense too. Now let's look here what took place thereafter. Can I play it forward maybe? I don't know if I can play this forward. I don't know how to do replay. I don't know what the fuck how to operate this, but can I go slowly with it? Nope, can't. I thought I could maybe move it forward. Show the candles as they oh, here we go. It says play. We play. Okay, so let's watch this right here. So this is so as we make our new low down here, they're giving you the opportunity to exit. You see that? You're being given the opportunity to exit. Pause this right here. Oh, wait a minute. Stop. Just right here, you're being given the opportunity. You've got the low, the new low, and you're being given the opportunity to exit. You notice how up here you're being given the opportunity to exit. That's your first new high. And not only that, we didn't break this prior high, but this is your first opportunity to exit. Forget the two new highs. You're being given the chance to exit market here. And then you could rejoin the market onto back tests to go higher again later. And let me show you what took place here on this opportunity right here and right here to exit. You're literally being given the chance here to exit. You've got, you get your low, your new low, opportunity to exit, another opportunity to exit, and a failure from buyers in here. So let's continue to play out what took place from here. This is awesome, by the way. And you can see here, this is where the bulls become weak And boom, there's the first shot right there. Yep. First shot right here. You're giving it even another chance. Try to get out. They're giving you more chances than they should. Then we start right in here. You can kind of see it. Start making our way lower. Oh my God, everybody's panicking. I'm going to play that again. Let me just make sure I'm at, hold on here. This is Thursday. Right? Let me go back a little. Can I go back a little bit? Right in here. Right about there. Right about here. This was the close. This was the close on Thursday at 4 p.m. And this isn't so bad. Like when you're taking stops down here, not so bad. We're sitting on 680 right here. Into that close, and that's not so bad. We did something, though, at that point. We triggered a door to open down below. And we hit our weekly, I think, at that point. But then we began to slip underneath it after the bell yesterday. And that was bad. And that was a trigger that said, watch out. And this is kind of like this low right here and that low right there. Same thing. This dip down here, whoop, was a warning shot. And even the price action this morning is very similar to this rip higher. Doesn't mean we're going to go down today or Monday or the weekend or whatever, but they're warning you here, and they're giving you the opportunity to get out of market. That's this morning. Now, situation might improve, but you have no edge in that. And I'm going to show you, I want to show you what I was looking at yesterday next. And I want you to keep in mind that pretend that you didn't have the rest of the information thereafter and then this morning and stuff like that. So let's close that up really quick. And leave. Okay. So this little thingamabob right here. And we're going to look first on, I think just weekly is what I want. Hopefully it's still here. There it is right there. There it is right here. So here is your week. I'm so grateful it's still on this fucking chart and we're doing this right now because there's one other thing to look at here. This white line right here is important. Not the W with the green, but the white line is important. Now we're going to look at a 1 hour basis here, and this is what I want to show you. It shows up right here. And I want to show you this because this did not happen until after the bell yesterday. And I want you to remember this low. And I'm going to snap a line right over here at the bottom of this low. We're at the bottom. I want to tell you guys, if you're watching the show right now, right? I want you to know that this is stuff I don't know if anyone ever shows this shit publicly, whatever, but immediately after the bell, you should have snapped a line right here. Right on this low right here. And this right here was the Sneaky Pete. Right in here. And this was the warning that the door lower is open right here. And just like on the first drop underneath the daily trigger, the market has the potential to go higher. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just telling you the market has the potential to go up here, go to a major inflection point, and if it rejects, the thing to do would be to come back down here and test this low right here. And there's a fair chance of breaking it. And the moment you break that, you've got your two lows, 1 and 2. And when that happens, you'll see bulls trying to, like a failure of bulls to buy and freak out and panic and, oh my God, my hair's on fire and all that kind of shit. And then it's down. Now, in this case, where we are in the stock market, 680 must hold. I want you to, in your brain, tell yourself something. 680 must hold for buyers and bulls. And the market needs to go much higher before we get into seasonal weakness. We need to trade like 715, 720. And the reason for that is not because, like, why does Cap want to see us trade 700, 715 and all that kind of stuff? Because it has farther reaching consequences, good or bad. The higher we go before the roll, the less damage is probable in seasonal weakness. If we fail in this season right now to get above 700 abjectly, totally, we start opening doors like not just 640 as a yearly low, but we start opening up 600, 560, some real bad shit. So that's why I'm always watching this, like, are we on 680 or are we not? Are we losing 680 or are we not? And a lot of this stuff can be decided by very small, brief price moments. So you have to be aware of them, and then you got to look at the mechanics of the market and see what it's doing at the same time, which I'm going to show you here in a minute, I think, if I can get around to it this morning. See if we can get to it. So, why does this matter? You've opened the door lower at this point and been warned. If you have a bunch of other issues that are already doing this, so let's say you have something like SPY, like silver is a good example. And maybe they already went below this and they went whoop straight down already. Now, if it's just silver, that's no big deal. But if like 80% of the shit you look at just did that, even if SPY hasn't, it's a warning shot across the bar or the bow in the background. If it's like Nvidia doing it, I don't give a fuck. If it's like 80-90% of the fucking stocks and indexes that matter, my head pops up and I start looking around going, fuck. Because that could mean that within a few sessions, that if just those few things start doing, a few things that are left to do that, you should expect SPY at some point to come back down and put that new low in down there. And this kind of implies not the next few sessions, but the next few weeks or months. At any rate, why does this matter right now? If within a few sessions you see this thing come back down, pop underneath here, hit that low, and you've taken this one out right here, it automatically tells you start looking to fucking for these bulls to get weak as fuck and start selling this bad boy down. And at least trying to take out this November low here and maybe even a nice little handle and hit that 640. And it's pretty early in the year right now. It is February 6th. It's early. And so this kind of stuff starts to set the alarm bells off, right? And if you're hitting that this early, you start thinking to yourself, well, shit, I got till May. You hit 640 right now in start of March. I got 2 more months to start selling. So there's a little bit of concern for liquidation modes and sentiment to shift fairly bearish. Now, there is a lot of scam going on right now. There's a lot of scam going on with labor in particular. So that's a good sign for bulls, hit and run, fear and stuff like that. But this definitely opens up some kind of perk my head up and start writing about it and saying, hey, you got to look at this. Come gather around. I just want to show you this. We're not there yet. We haven't confirmed that move lower yet. As a matter of fact, we should go up. And we got to see what they do up there. And we got to see them put this in. And then there's plenty of room to sell. I mean, this is nothing right here. This is your buy the dip zone. You hope for these pullbacks so you can get long. They work all the time. All the time. But when they start to fail to work, that buying that dip, remember, you got to be consistent with duration, like pullback, long, pullback, long, pullback, long. You have to do that consistently, because when you see something like this, if you're like, I'm too scared, man, I'm too scared, man, I'm too scared, man, I'm too scared, man. Well, one time you do get long and you get cut up, you're going to be, hurting your account fairly severely. Or you're buying tops because you're just finally bullish. So when you're in this kind of a situation here, you want to be kind of like, and now you've got my attention. We go up here, come back down, and maybe we start rolling. We're really more risk off at this point. If we reject this, we go like full tits. If we reject this and come back down here, that is, for me, that is full risk off. That's like, we're sell side. We're, rather than buying the dip, we are fully selling every rip opportunity. We are completely risk off at that point. And even if it recovers down here, maybe it swoops down and goes higher, this is still like, this is risk off. Whatever the fuck that was, but it's not over there. It's over here somewhere, risk off. This is like, I'm a fucking bear. And you better fucking prove me wrong. And you're given opportunities to exit. And even then, you're probably going to be given another opportunity to exit up here later on, believe it or not. But still extremely bearish here. So we haven't done any of that just yet. We haven't done any of that just yet. But that move yesterday after the bell, I started going through the entire market. And under the surface, I saw deleveraging and I saw panic. And that's not you as a retailer. That's the street. People with money. And I'm seeing that in the background yesterday. And that's kind of what I want to go over with you guys this morning. If we can get to it. So if you got the brief last night, try to read it. And what I'm going to do here is I'm going to put up an expectation for today. And I'm going to shift back gears to 2 screens, or a screen lower and the screen higher for you day traders for this Friday. And then and I want you to remember here, today is Friday, so keep your eyes open for 10 a.m., 12 p.m., and 2 p.m. Fridays are notorious for large moves at those times, especially on a down week. So I want you to be very hyper aware if you're a day trader here. For the rest of you that are interested in this stuff, I'm going to cycle through in the bottom chart, and I'm going to tell you what I'm looking at across the market, so that if you want to take some notes for yourself and say, oh, sure, Cap, I want to learn this fucking thing so that I can do it on my own, today is your day. It's the only time that I'm going to do it. I never do this stuff publicly. I don't even do it for the community. So I'm going to do it for you today. Someone in the Discord said you should do it for everybody, and I'm like, cool. I like that. I like people that are nice. So we're gonna do that this morning. Give me just 1 second here, guys. Let's look. Oh, sorry. Let's do this really quick. There's a few other things I could talk to you about here, but let's look at the 3-month really quick. I do this every day. I want to look at this candle right here. I want to look at that one right there, that 3-month right there, that 3-month right there, and I want to make sure that most of this candle has not been taken yet. It has not. Check mark. Good job, bulls. You have not lost your 3-month yet. You have not opened the door lower than a 3-month candle yet. Over here, we've got a 1-month candles. We want to look at these right here. And let's look at this candle right here. You got a candle here. And we smashed the fuck out of this one, didn't we? 1 month looks like dog shit. We start looking back to the candle behind it. I want you to look at that candle. And I want you to measure that candle. I want you to take out what I do. There's programs that'll do this and tools that'll do this. You can find these tools on TradingView and elsewhere. I'm so fucking busy that I don't have the time. So normally what I do is I will just measure that candle. If you can be more anal about it or less anal about it, I don't know. For me, I look at this prior candle because this one's been violated pretty badly. Now, this one says 3.26. So some of the math can get some of it's easy. You can figure it out quickly in your head. Sometimes it's not as easy. So what you can just do is take that 3.26. You times it by 0.80. I come up with 2.608, so I'll raise this up. Now, I don't get too crazy on this stuff. I don't get too anal. That's 2.60. So I'll snap a line like right here. Just right there. And that is telling me that if we hit, say we come down here and we nail this 673, bam. Well, that is telling me that that candle's gone, and we have a potential to trade this next candle to the left. And that candle is right here. That candle is right here and right here. So if we come down here, hit that, we are definitely have the ability to go down here and at least fuck with this stuff. And that's why we come up with this line down here, 648. Okay? So let's look right now on 1 hour. And look what we did. We hit it right there, didn't we? No. Do we have to go down there? No. And it tells you a couple things. First, you hit the buyers. Let's go back to this monthly here. First, you hit this group of buyers, this big wick. So in a positive, there's a shit ton of demand here, theoretically. But also, we can potentially go all the way down here, can't we? If these buyers no longer show up, these buyers are gone. If you're dipping your wick down into these buyers, from this prior candle, it's checking these guys here. Checking this demand. This demand's pretty big. It got us all the way up here. And if these guys are gone, market's going to want to come all the way down here and not only check them, but maybe dip their wicks underneath them. There's 640. There's 650. And at least check these guys. You know, the market's kind of like this thing where simplified, where it's a series of major inflection points. These can go down, they can go up. And so you're like coming all the way up here, told no, come down here, blast through. Well, let's check the next level of buyers. Bing, they get bought, back up here, kind of thing, right? Makes sense? Simplified? And that kind of thing is represented with these candlesticks on higher frames. You can look at this stuff on smaller frames. Everything okay? Try to post that for the community if you could. GS did a meme this morning. So anyways, you want to be looking at this shit on higher time frames. And I bet that's pretty close to the weekly. Go look here. And look at that. Look at how close that is right there. Just underneath. You see it? The white line right here? Just underneath right here. It's right here. 672.61. Just underneath what I just drew for myself. I don't need this tool. Don't need it. I just sit there and just count candles, take a measurement, snap a line. So anyways, get rid of all that right there. A warning shot was fired yesterday at the close. And so that immediately triggered me when I saw it after late last night. I saw it. I go, fuck, I got to go and look at the entire market. So that's what I proceeded to do late last night, and it wasn't fucking pretty. I had to go all the way around the market, check everything, and say, shit. You know, like, I understand lots of rotation, I understand this and that, but I'm starting to watch a bunch of issues out there that are ticking that box more than I want to see. I don't mind half the market. I don't like 80% of the market, or the ones that matter. Start checking that box off down there. So let's give you the expectation for the rest of today. For SPY, if you guys already have this stuff, if you're a community member, I laid everything out top to bottom for you late last night. And I told you not to be afraid. Don't be afraid. There's no reason to be afraid here. There's a bunch of more mechanics that need to take place. So don't be like freaked out about cap thinks we're going to crash, that kind of stuff. If you are a community member, you already know this, but if you're not, if you're just a free member or whatever, watch on the TV show or whatever, don't take this as, oh my God, we're going to crash. So we're going to go over what I look at in the market here in just a moment. So I'm going to give you a weekly here. Nice and easy. Snap that white line back there. Snap this one right here, make it green. This is where the buyers are on a weekly basis. Right there, bam. We're also going to look a little bit lower down here. Just if you're if you're watching for free, here's your first target right here. We're also going to look at a monthly. I think it's just in this zone 2. Woo, there's 600. Now I'm feeding the bears right now. There's 600 for you. We're not going to look at that at the moment. We're going to go back to a month. I have this like feeling I'm going to get smoked today because I'm not watching my accounts right now. Always on days like today. There's a month. This is the first target if we if we reject and come down here. Like I showed you earlier. Just leave that right there. First park and stop right there. You also have a natural speed bump at 640. Big round 0. The first 0 or 5 underneath it There's 645 under there, 640. You could sweep out, put some pain down here, right? You come down here. Everybody's trying to get long, sweep their lows, and then back up again. So there's like a natural 645, 640 in here. The zeros mean more than the 5, so we're going to leave the 0 up. Kind of see a map now, right? We need to see the chance to get out, the unlock, and then bam. See it? You want to be getting short up here. You got to wait for the move higher and the new low, and then you're jumping on the train to the downside. So you're still waiting for like 2 more things to take place. Every once in a while, we'll start liquidating, but it's not an edge you can have where we try to come up, and then it's an immediate sell, 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 sell. That does happen, but it's not common. Not enough for you to just slam the sell button. You can jump on board once you get the new low over here. If that does happen, if it starts rolling quickly. But as far as edge, you don't get the edge. They're going to go back up and give another fucking chance for people to get out of the goddamn market. The number of times you're given a chance to get the fuck out of the market and reposition yourself when we're back on risk on is astounding. And no one recognizes that. Or not no one, but the supply crowd. They can never see the chances and opportunities they're given to get out, to get back in when conditions are better, if they made a poor decision. It's so fucked up. But whatever. Market needs supply. So if you can get past that, it's going to change your world as an investor. Not panic selling, making even a bad trade, and then you're given the opportunity to get out, either in the slight green flat or with a slight damage. So it's then people are like, well, it went up, man. Yeah, but you could have gotten back in when conditions were improved. You took a little cut, and then the conditions improved, and then you're getting long and making money again. Anyways, it's a whole nother fucking thing. But that's where I think a lot of this stuff comes from, the pain for people. Okay, so we got this up here. We're going to check the daily really quick. We're going to look down here. And there's a few things for us to see. I see some improvement. This is good. We didn't abjectly fail this morning. We didn't abjectly just bam, bam, start blooding. If we did this, you would jump on board, right? Slam the sell button. Sell, 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 sell. No edge in that. The bigger edge is to come up here and then reject and go down. Okay? Now, there is something to see here. There are a series here of white lines. We tagged 1 right there. That's good for the bulls. +1 for the bulls. There's 2 more up here. 1 right here. There's 1 right here. And I think I said in your brief, we'll know in the next 3 sessions. There's 3 right there. 1, 2, and 3. If there is going to be a recovery, I prefer fast recoveries. Wham, wham, wham. Notice how this is your daily trigger. Your hourly trigger could be up here. And this is telling you, hey, we just broke through these 3 daily resistances needed, and the situation is good again. Now, if we see any form of, oh, we missed that one, or oh, we missed this one, or oh, we missed this one, I'm fucking bearish. Like, I need to see those successive new highs. I need to see certain levels violated for the bulls to start getting bulled up again. Now, this morning, you can see that we hit the one that we needed to hit. Right here. If you're a bull, congratulations. You've taken out the first on the upside doorways. You need 3. This is the first one for you. It's all the bulls need to do today. They don't need to do shit. I think they should do more, but they don't need to. Technically, they get 2 more sessions, maybe the weekend. And I know that a bunch of you are going into this weekend and you are going to be consumed by fear. Consumed. You're going to spread fear. There's probably some of you out there right now that are in puts getting your fucking, getting, I'm not going to say those words, but you're probably getting hammered right now. And you're probably going to push a thesis that we're going to crash over the weekend, so your put's actually printed on fire right now. Like, where are you in the markets? Where's other people in the market? So fucking awesome. The more you learn about this stuff, the easier life gets. This is why, of course, some of you know I've been accumulating all week long. Everything that's gotten taken to the cleaners, I'm down there scooping it up, scooping shit up for my kids. I'm scooping up shit for myself, my wife, me, and you. I'm like, oh, you're burning down there? Let me grab you. And I'm being afforded what? Right now. I'm being afforded an exit. In the green. Not just fucking collapse. You know, doom and gloom and blood and this and that down here. Why is he buying? Because I have a fucking edge that it's going to go up again. I have an edge that they're going to give another chance for these fucks to get out. And I'm the only guy down there buying. Like, every fucking time I'm alone. It's like me and like 3-4 other people. That's it. 1,000 people not doing shit. Here on fire, whatever the fuck that may be. Or, oh my God, I'm entering crash puts right here. You know, for that move right straight down, which isn't going to happen. Rarely. Not enough for an edge. I'll just leave it at that. This is the first one that needed to be taken out. We're going to draw this one in right now. This is the daily right here. Bam. Bulls need to hold this. Four-hour. Let's take a look at this one here. And we're going to watch this one. This is the Bulls' defense right here. Show it to you. That's the Bulls' defense. Buyers, I want to say delight, but it's not delight at all, is it? I'll tell you what. If you're a buyer, I don't disagree that you can't come sweep down here and then go higher, but I don't fucking like it. I don't like it. As I told you earlier, like quick recoveries. I don't mind this. I don't mind this right here. Take that one out, then sweep lower. I like that. That's fine. But I do not like taking out the first one and then the sweep lower. Sometimes we do it, but I don't like it. If I'm a buyer down below here, I really want to see this shit hold, smash that fucking thing out, then I really don't care. I'll give the Bulls a little bit more breathing room. This is implying by taking these out that we're going to go way higher. We're going to go up here, regardless of the pullback. The Bulls start getting more probability on their sides. I'm a little bit more comfortable. So right now we're watching this squeeze. What would you call this right now? If you were a dip buyer, this is your chance. This is the time for you to think to yourself, do I want to stay long? Do I want to add? Do I want to just get the fuck out? You know, I'm buying lows over here, and then they warned me right here, and now they're giving you the chance to get out. Now this might recover, go up here, and Yahoo, but you don't have any edge there right now. I want you to know that. You have a little bit of an edge. You just hit this one target right here, so You did get a little bit of an edge, but not enough to make a difference. But you can get back in again over here, make some money on the run up. And if we do this, then you can jump back in safety and keep heading to the right. But the series of opportunities, no panic, no hair on fire, not asking stupid fucking questions like, is it going to crash? Is it going to crash? How are your calls doing? Oh my God, I'm on fire. Are you? That kind of stuff, that's noise. You need to be paying very close attention to rules and tools as a trader and investor and not be emotional. Very critical as a trader. And if you can break your rules, you can, but you have to be aware of the rules that you're breaking, why you're breaking them, that they don't have an edge, and what do you do if it fails. So let's say you're like, Cap, I was with you buying the dip down here. I then saw that, Cap, freaked me the fuck out, but I know they're going to try to bring it back up again, so I stayed long. And hey, Cap, I got a little bit of an edge, but I'm going to stay long here, Cap. Okay, cool. So what is your plan if it does fail? Do you have a stop? Do you have stops put in? Stops over here? Are you able to, if you see the break lower and smash through here, that you're going to have to take the stop above? Not here. Your stop is here, but you're executing the stop higher. And then you're prepared to throw on that bear suit. So even if you don't have an edge and your thesis goes against that edge and you're going to take that risk, you still need to plan out it going awry. And that's how you take responsibility for your actions. You don't blame other people. You don't like, oh, God, this happened or that happened. This program this morning, this live stream, is critical as a trader to understand. Whether you're going to watch this again and again privately, turn it on while you're vacuuming the cocaine up off the floor or off the glass living room table, cleaning up the condoms from behind the couch, whatever it is you do in your life. This is critical information as an investor and trader. You can apply this to everything. Everything. Maybe not everything. There are some commodities and shit can really fuck you up, but most things in the stock market, this is going to get you by. This information here. At any rate. Are you guys all following along in the Discord here or no? You guys are following along. Okay, cool. This is critical information as a trader. Forget the triggers and the velocity and the Elliott wave and the gamma. Forget traditional charting, anything and everything out there. This stuff here is, if you could leave this show and just have this information in your own toolbox, changes your world. You can do all the little finer things with gamma and this and that and all that, but this has saved my ass more than anything. Anything out there. Saved my ass more times than I can count. And keeps you calmer as a trader, less emotional, and deliberate in how you trade. Okay. So we're going to go to, we did the 4 hour right now. I don't know if I need to really drop these 4 hours in here. These white lines are way more critical than these 4 hours. I can if you want. On a daily basis, they're probably not needed, but I'll do it for you. There's a big red fat 4 hour up there. We'll do a yellow one up here with the daily trigger. Shocker. We're going to look at a 1 hour basis right here. We already took this one out right here, right? So what would be the expectations midday right now? Expectations midday would be on an hourly basis that we're going to attack what next? 689.40, right? We hit this one right here. We're likely going to hold at least this right here. And then look for the move higher right here because we did target or hit what we need to hit. So we'll target that one next right there. And I want to see that one get hit. The bulls are in charge. They're buying right now. Clear as day, right? So we want to see the bulls hold this here. Then potentially go down to there. But we want to see the bulls smash this or fail it. If the bulls fail to get right here, let's say they go down here and they fail this on their run higher, this run right here. If they were to fail this one, what would you expect to happen? You would expect us to at least test this, and more than probably at least test this right here, right? You can kind of see those lines right there. Kind of see that line right here. I don't think that holds because this failed, right? If this failed, you'd expect that one to get hit. So I'm not even going to draw the 1 hour right there. There's your weekly. I'll draw the 1 hour back here, though. There's a warning sign right here. So right now we got the high. We're looking for this next one right up in here. And I'm going to draw this here, not because I think we're going there. I don't draw these things in because I think we're going there. I'm drawing these things in here because I know that they have to hit this. And if they fail that, I want to be aware of it, right? If they fail that, I need to know. I can't draw it right here and then watch price go above and not know if they hit it or they failed it. I'm going to draw this up higher. Price target bulls, 689.49. And it's also where supply is, isn't it? 690 is just above it. So you are going to expect some kind of a violent reaction as well up here. If you hit 690, right? You'd expect it. So I'm going to expect the sellers to come in and potentially send it all the way down. Doesn't have to, but I'm going to expect it. 690 is pretty big. 4 hours pretty big. And I know that they have to hit this one up here. So what I really want to see is I want to see this one hold on this 4 hour. And I want to see that next succession up there. And this is how you're coming up with your two. This is your daily triggers right here. And that's how you're coming up with your two new highs. One above the daily trigger, your second one right here. And there's your daily trigger right there, your hourly trigger, right? So you're going to expect that to hold. Now, can we get a liquidation breakdown here? Fuck yeah, we can. But this is extremely bullish. This is where I want to see a bounce, a new high, and start taking longs here if I can. I want to be cautious of this down move over here and be ready to buy that too. But I want to watch this. If this bounces, makes the new high and a prior high and back tests right here with a higher low, it's game on again. Donkey Kong. Expectations, rest of day. You got them. They're right here. This is Friday, 1600. Oh. I'm going to put this right for that close right there. That's what I want to see. Do we have to do that today? No. We don't have to. I want to see it. I do not want to see us like parking down here into the fucking close, losing all this shit into the close. I don't want to see that. Not over a weekend. I just want to confirm something here. Yeah, we're good right now. Let's check something really quick. Okay, just want to check something. I was watching something over last night that was kind of weird for me. I just want to make sure we had any goddamn holidays in this Monday. Last night I was looking at the chart and they didn't have a Monday available, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? So I want to see this hold and go up into Friday. I want to smash and bash. I want to see, like, take that shit out, take that shit out, take that shit out. I would even prefer that shit into the close. Then we can sell Monday. That's what I want to see. I'm a bull. I'm a buyer. I'm not in sell mode. No, I'm in some risk off, but I'm not in like ripcord fur coming out of my fucking head and we sell every fucking rip until this thing ends. It's not like last spring yet where we're like, fuck that, you sell everything, completely risk off. Sell every single high. So this is what I want to see by the bulls. They have to show this quickly. Quickly. I'm also going to put in some time frames here. Note, there's squeeze risk. And I want you to remember this line right here. Price will oftentimes come down and retest these crosses, especially for buyers more so than sellers. But you see this cross coming up right here. You could see this like tick up here, and then as this cross happens, you could potentially see a dump just to test the bulls. If that holds and you get a new high right here, should rocket ship up. Rocket ship. Momentum in the market. Let's look at 12 p.m. for flows. And another important one is 1:30 in the afternoon, 2 p.m. It's when we like to flush out bulls and bears. And also, we have VIX fuckery later in the afternoon, and we have a new 4-hour candle. You don't want to be in the wrong side of one of those, do you? So let's wait and see if we can go up here and tag this daily trigger for 12 p.m. We're going to be very conscious of flows at 12:30. Excuse me, at 12. We're not discussing 10 a.m. right now, but we do this every day anyways. You guys know about 10 a.m. flows. There's 1:30. There's 1:30. There's 2 p.m. 2:30. 3 p.m. and 3:30. Right there. And I can even draw this up. I'll draw it right here. Right up in there. We know about the 4-hour over here. It's right here. We know about the unlock potential up here. I want to ask you a quick question. Let's say you're day trading. Who is long your actual traders know what they're doing? They're getting out here. So when you hear me say things like maybe FOMO gang can help us, this is where they go to die, up here. Because we can just reject. Very violent in here. And I like FOMO gang. I don't need to join in on that party. If they smash through this, smash through this, smash through this, and they're like, woo, I did it, bro. I won this time. What am I looking for here? A new high, a second new high, and velocity to help, right? If not, I'm down here waiting for the what? For the what? Talk about it all the time, right? The flush, right? So let's say we go all the way up here, all the way up here. We get 1, 2 new high, waiting down here for a flush. Shunk. Oh my God, man. FOMO gang on fire. I already got out over here, and I'm now over here trying to buy this dip to go to the next one. Sometimes you'll go up there, bam, bam, new high, and you get left behind. That's okay. You got left behind. You can do it again. This is where it becomes lonely as a trader. My setup didn't work for me, man. I didn't get my flush. But if you work on flushes, there's a fuck ton of money. What's another big part of flushing? Anybody know? You're looking to take out prior day lows, prior week lows, prior month lows, prior quarter lows, prior half year lows, prior year, or at least revisit, depending upon the circumstances you're in the market, where we are in the market. We flush all the time on every time frame. They're amazing. We flush in the morning, right? We wake up in the morning and we see some overnight lows or some overnight highs. We start marking those off and we go, oh, we're going to go back there and flush that prior low from yesterday or that prior high from yesterday, the upside before selling. Same kind of a deal here. So we're going to watch this closely. There's that hourly trigger. You can kind of see this hourly is like right about there. And we're going to expect also these buyers to be right about here. We think that's where they're going to be. You can see the cross right here. Whoop. And you can also see what else. So you're going to expect the buyers to be where? You're going to expect them to be, oh, wait a minute. You'd expect them to be right about here, right? And then look at all these gaps down here. We may or may not hit those. We plunge through here, start making some new lows. But I'm not buying that dip. Whammo, back up again. Don't worry, bros, we're going higher again. Kind of a plan now, though, don't we? See all these gaps down here. Gaps down here. We got kind of a plan. You see it? Nice little plan in here, right? Pretty easy to see. We can even raise this up here. We could even draw this right there. Right there. Something like that. We'll bring this back a little bit. It doesn't look good. It doesn't look good on paper, but so it's something like that. We're looking for something like this. And we're observing what takes place above. Usually up or down moves finish by 11:30, 12 o'clock. Roughly in there. If we're going up, you'll see both sellers attempt to take swings at a downside move at 11:30. They'll try it again at 12. Try it again at 12:30. And if they fail, let's say they're smashing over here. Nope, fail. Up, down there. Fail. Up, nope. didn't fail. Oh my God, nope, didn't fail. What happens there? Now it's 12 o'clock. You pop up. You take their stops right here. Before you know it, it's squeeze-a-rama, right? Smash that. Down. Down. There's your light day flush, and then we're up and out of here to the next one. So watch this closely. Okay, a lot of information, right? A lot of information. Come back and watch this program in the future. Watch it again, again, and again, again, and again, and again. I'm going to watch this here closely. There's 4. There's daily trigger, 4 hour. Valhalla for bulls, 689.40. Remember, 690 is just above it. If you break through this stuff, there's going to be some sellers up there, I assure you. $690 right up there. There's sellers there. There's some sellers up in them hills. Let me drink some water here for a minute. I need a fucking nap too. I can't decide if I don't know what's going to happen today. When this show ends, right? I can't decide if I'm going to just like go in a corner somewhere and shiver. Blanket over my head and fall asleep. And wake up tomorrow morning and not be able to do a fucking thing, or if I'm going to actually maybe get shit-faced and go on Twitter tonight. Cause problems. That's what I'm subscribing from you. I like that. Is it because of my politics? No. I don't still want 100,000 followers. Or if I'm going to go to sleep and go skiing in the morning. I like the idea of skiing so I can shit on everybody from out west. I'll take some ski pictures, snow everywhere. Going through the trees, the powder that fucking the West doesn't have any of right now. The Midwest doesn't get to brag too often about this stuff, so very rare. So when it happens, you take your pants off and you rub your ass all over the ground. I feel bad for you, brother. If you live in the West, man, it sucks right now. Oh, man. People spend 20, 30, 40, 50,000, $100,000 to go skiing once in a lifetime vacation. They book all that shit in advance. And holy fuck, to pay that money with no refund and then you show up at a fucking mountain and it's bone dry. I would be so fucking mad. I would rage. Oh, yeah, I need that. Oh, that feels so good. I've taken a bunch of bear penis this week in my mouth. Let me go back to this over here. This is SPX Gamma, same shit. You want to go look at this really quick? Let's see what we had down here. Bottom of options market. CJJ used call lot, speed bump. SPX support. Gamma flip. This might have changed at this point. 7,000 call wall, small wall. Take a look at that. Hey. We'll leave this for right now. There's concern here that puts were bought. We will likely revisit the low again because of that. We will print those puts, but if we're hedged enough, potentially we're done. So you're going up here and then you're sweeping the lows for the puts that were bought and then back up again. From a gamma perspective, get rid of that now. We don't need it anymore. Don't need that anymore. Don't need that anymore. I don't need to fucking leave that shit up to look like I'm a cool guy. I brag for like a minute. That's about it. And most of the time I don't fucking brag. There's no fucking bragging to be had. This is real money. Let's look at the gamma flip. Where's the gamma flip? 6945 has not changed. Gamma support, gamma flip right here. This is support if price is above it, but it's now resistance, isn't it? So this is no longer support. It's currently resistance. Let's take a look and see how big this resistance is. This is 6,900. Not too bad. Let's look at this really quick together. It's not that much. I'm going to make it yellow. And it's actually not there anymore. It's slightly higher. Let me just take a look at this really quick. 6920. Move this up. Market's changed a little bit. This is now resistance. We're going to get rid of this. Don't need that. This is gamma. A little bit more clear in that, maybe. Gamma flip. Let me just check a few things here. That's a very light resistance. It's not big resistance, just light. And I'll show it to you here in a moment. There's much larger resistance at 6945. 6945 is the gamma flip. Get rid of that. That's no longer, this is gamma flip. We don't need that. And it's also kind of resistant. Not big, but a little bit. I should make that yellow. Bigger resistance, 6950. This is the first real, like, fuck you. $6,950, and then the next one above it is 7,000. This one's red. This one is now giant. We're going to start looking at this again. I'll post this in the Discord for you. It's coming in the weekend. Make sure you guys have this kind of stuff. No, that's supposed to say moderate. I hit the buttons on my thing. I got a thing over here. A cord in the way. Visual order, bring to front. Hey, why is that not in the fucking front? Fuck, man. Bring to front. Damn it. Bring to front. Damn it. All right, whatever. It's what it's going to be. Leave it just like that. I thought that said major call wall. Oh, no. Not yeah, there's a call wall up there. There's the large call wall right here. This might help here. Light resistance, gamma flip. Moderate resistance above. God damn it. It's like right there. Somewhere in there. Pissing me off now. And I just want to check down below for the for support. You've got 6,900. $68.50. There. And then 6,800. It's about right about there. This one's yellow too. Right about there. That's about, I think that's right. That's your gamma picture right there. Right about there. I'll even draw these down here for you. Make it nice and pretty. Crayons for those of you who can't read. That looks right there. Posting the chart inside of the Discord. And let's take a peek at the gamma map for right now. We're currently trading 68.92. Right here. So we're coming up to right here. So if we can hold this back here, try to take this out up here. You got this little bit of a bump up here. Bammo, right here. Come back down here. Come back up here. Something like that. Kind of meets the expectation. 6892 is right here. First real wall, 6,900. right where the daily trigger is. If we go up here and smash our faces up here, then if we can hold this or this, we'll be trying to target 69.80, I believe. That might be small. Sorry, 69.50, 69.45. This would be the gamma flip right here. So you're like trying to smash this here, slap that gamma flip, or even this one, come back down to sweep the lows, and then I make an attempt for 7,000 up here. Let's look at a few other things in here. If you're a bull, I want you to see, I don't know if I can show this here, but if this holds, we should have a period of a month of up, believe it or not. You can't see it on this chart. I apologize. Let's just look at this. Maybe I can do it like this. That maybe. Just so you can see this chart right here. Blast down, but then this big up move right here is still possible. We've also hit a seasonal low for an expected seasonal low for the year or for the season already at 680. If you look at the rest of the year, if you want some like bull like bull cope or whatever, look at that right there. We're down here and down here twice. Supposed to be up all year long into the middle of summer. So if you're like desperate or losing faith or whatever, on average for the bull runs, this is the bottom. This is why I keep telling you, buy 680, buy 680, buy 680, buy 680. See it right there, and this is your slump in the fall, and then cranking. Man, look at that shit. That's your fall low, and then boom. We're there right now. 680, key level. I'll give you 640 for spring. Like, I'm willing to say, yeah, maybe you'll give him 640 on a big wick down. Maybe it's seasonal weakness one day. But 680 is your basis here. If you're got a basis trade for a bull thesis for this year, 680 is it. And no, a 1 minute chart trading 673 doesn't count. You know what I mean? Like one fucking bar down for that from 4 p.m. to 4:15, that doesn't count. If you're a bull, 680 must hold. Maybe you get a seasonal dip in your wick to 640 possibly. This is why I want to see the 720. This is why I want to see that stuff so that we have this continuation rest of year. Make sense? Maybe this stuff's coming back to, or coming together for you guys. I don't know. Let's look at a few other things here. Let's get some volume, some 2-to-8 volume. Trying to rope us into 680 and 6,900. Cool. Let's look at where 6,900 is. It's right where we are. There's an attempt here to rein us in right on 6,900. For 2-to-8 options, at least. Let's look at gamma. For 1-to-8 gamma. On the upside, we have a target of 68.75 or above it. The next target is 68.95. And a little bit more up here for 6,900 and 69.10. So a little bit of room to fuck around up here. The other key here is this 68.35. So there's one more thing up here, 68.35. What that is showing is the ability to trade up here. And when you're talking about flushing, to go all the way down here. Whoopsie. Makes sense? So this is viable still today, weekend. Doesn't have to go like that, but just to note, and you can see it right here, last known support also matches up to gamma in the market. and to-date options that are out there. Next thing we want to look at here is at-the-money volatility and what is expected ahead. And I'm going to try to pull this off and show this to you right here. We have volatility falling off for the next one session. And then we have an expectation of volatility picking up the next 6 sessions and then falling off. That's good. Now, SPX at-the-money volatility is something that you can only trust as you go along, is the way to say it, I guess. But there is an idea that volatility begins to fall from this point forward. This can change drastically quickly. So I like when you see people like showing you volatility expectations a year out, they're lying to you. You can't do that. I mean, you can chart it, but it means nothing. It's worthless. At the money SPX, any like cues at the money volatility, it's only as good as like what the next few days in front of you. It can give you a rough outline, but you can't really trust it. This volatility can pick right back up again. We go down there and take out those lows again. They give one more chance, start rolling down that at the money volatility. We'll start spiking once again. So not too much to learn here. They are expecting in the next 6 or 5 sessions. Next 5 sessions, there's an expectation for a check of the lows. Be aware of that, okay? Next 5 sessions. We got Friday and by next Wednesday. Next thing we want to look at, CTA positioning. Let's just see what they're doing, if they're freaking out. They're kind of freaking out here. These guys are ready to sell. If you read your brief for me last night, that matches to that. They're not sellers yet, but these fucking guys will literally pull the lever. We go back down to check any of those lows and we start making new lows, they will accelerate a move lower. So when I tell you like, oh, we're looking really truly at like 640, that shit's real. CTAs would be an accelerant for that. Let's take a look at vol control positioning for S&P 500. They're not quite there yet. You can't. I'll try to show this for you guys. Hold on here. So they're not quite there yet. Vol control gang still willing to attempt to buy the dip. But I would suspect if you start losing like let me go look really quick. If you were to start losing 660, vol control gang is going to want to party with CTAs. So you have like CTAs would start it, vol control gang would be like ripcording anything below 660, and they would put more fuel in the fire down to 640. Not there yet, though. That's a good sign, believe it or not. If you're a bull and you want somebody on your side, vol control gang is here to try to quell that volatility. Volatility or vol smash gang, they're still here. What else do we got here? CTAs, COTs. We don't need asset managers, long short funds. They've been fucking doing nothing right now. Not a goddamn thing. Okay, let's go back and look at the main screen right here. Put this up. I fucking love you, FOMO gang. Get in there, FOMO gang, and show them how it's done. Get on Twitter and tell them how bulled up you are. Be like, oh yeah, it's awesome, baby. Okay. Now, I'm going to take, it's 11:36. I'm going to take a quick break. The moment that I come back, the moment, we will start looking at the entire market together. I will, on the bottom chart thingy down there, I'm going to list off every single ticker that I went through yesterday, and we're going to see what you think of that. And a lot of these tickers you may or may not know. So we're going to look at them together, and you can write yourself a little list, and you can start to do this on your own. And then what we'll do is we'll wrap it up for the day. We'll look towards a weekend. I gave some advice inside the brief last night. Please take that advice to heart. Like, please don't like carry a cross around over the weekend. Don't entertain fear. There's no reason to. There's plenty of money to be made in the downside. There's plenty of room down there to make a bunch of money. Like, if you ever encounter people that are an emotional wreck, run away from those fucking people. Anyone that's spreading fear, doom, that kind of stuff, there's no reason for it. You shouldn't. If you're in our community and you see that, you just block those people. Just don't even tell them. Just block them. I don't see too many of that in our community. We've had a few people come in. Everyone blocks them quickly. But that hasn't happened in a while. But it makes life easy. They don't know. You don't know. They can run around with their hair on fire, and you have to deal with them. You don't want to do that, too, if you're like sell side and there's like too much FOMO bulls. Just mute them. You don't block them. You just mute them. Then you have to listen. If it's impacting your trading, your money means more than that stuff. So that's everywhere. Twitter, fucking Reddit. I don't care where you are. If it's like someone's always constantly bugging you with like shit that doesn't matter or triggers your emotions, cut that shit out of your life. You don't need it. Matter of fact, myself, I'm limiting my social media presence. Like, I'm on social media, but not like consuming right now. There's so much bad shit out there that's not real. And people know that about your emotions right now. Like, it's just stupid. And then people become irrational, or they're citing facts that aren't facts. Like, even though they might be right, they're like citing really bad shit for their positions in life and whatever. So anyways, if you have a chance, especially in these emotional times like yesterday at the close and maybe Thursday, if any of that impacts you, this is a good time for you to be like, I'm going to start, not doing this anymore, or muting that, or I don't need that in my life. Try to do that. Or maybe you talk to that person and say, hey, man, I can't have you over there telling me that shit, man. Chilled, bro. Anyways. Okay. Doom. Oh, God. I fucking love you, Goliath. One of the coolest fucking bears I know, man. And Binky, too. There's a bunch of you guys. I love bears. Like that. I actually do. I like bears like Charlie McGilligan. I really like him a ton, too. There's a bunch of bears out there that I really fucking get. But then I got the doomers. I can't deal with those fucking guys. I have no time for it. I like turning them on though when we're actually in a bear market, because they are pretty good when we start like really bearing the fuck up. They'll fucking pinstrike that shit. So, anyways, moving on from that kind of stuff. Spoo's trading 687.86. I'll say it again. I'm gonna say something to you out there. I want to say something to you out there. I've said this multiple times. Till I'm red in the fucking face. I'll say it again to you. When we were up at 700, we've been there like fucking 5 times. If you haven't hedged yourself, when we were up at 700, you're being given an opportunity up here. We're coming back to 690. If you feel like your shit was on fire and you want an opportunity to hedge lower in the right place, here's your first chance. You may be given another chance at 700 or higher But if your shit's on fire and you're running around looking like a hot mess, this is your first chance to hedge once again as we come into 690. You may be given another opportunity at 695 or 7,000. But if you sold yesterday's close and your shit's on fire right now because you hedged the fucking worst goddamn possible place, I'm going to give you another warning. We're coming into 690. If you want a chance to hedge here or higher, this is your first chance. Good job, Canuck Mobile. I like ship posting too. I'm down with the ship post. I gotta differentiate in this stuff. I'm not trying to shit on bears. I like bear shit posting. I'm talking. You know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. Northman Trader. You know the gang. What is it, Mac 10 or something? Is he still out there? I don't know if he's still out there or not. Is it Mac 10 or something? I don't know. Those fucking guys, they're not shit posting. Those guys are like, we're going down. Those guys believe. I ain't hedged. I think we're going 720. You guys want to know what I think? 720. Well, yeah. I believe in my shit. I research all my shit. I go up and down. I spend hours. When you guys see me like late with things, because I'm doing the work. I'm doing the objective work in the background. And if something changes, I'll let you know too, which was yesterday. We got to look at that today. Okay. Give me 5 minutes. I'm going to go potty. I'm going to drain the coffee and water that I have inside me. It's sloshing around now. And I'll be back with you guys in just a minute. And we're going to spend the early second half of today looking at how you can look at the entire market. And then hopefully we can wrap up the day with some kind of an idea of what to do over the weekend. Now, I do want to say something to you out there if you're watching this show, without even being there right now. Like there are different kinds of traders and investors. If you are, hey, I buy and hold, right? And you have duration in that, you may not need to hedge. You're like, hey, Cap, we come into every bottom of every bear market, and I start adding, bro. And I add for duration. Those guys, this is not a conversation for them. They're well-disciplined traders and investors. They just look for every opportunity to buy a major low. They fucking look for a major low in the spring, the fall, every bear market. They don't give a fuck. They fucking just add. Some of you guys are scared, or you take your winnings, or you're not adding for duration, even in a bull run. Maybe you're long the markets and you're not hedged properly, and some down moves could damage you. I want you to consider over the weekend to at least have some kind of tool available to hedge that risk. We're coming into seasonal weakness. We already know that, right? Jan 1 to March 31st. There's an expectation of some kind of a roll for sideways or a roll for major down. So if you've never done that, I want you to think about opening some kind of a futures account. I think the easiest way to do that right now is Robinhood, of all places. There might be easier. If you find an easier way, let me know. I don't like Robinhood, but if you want ease of access, I think they'll approve you in like 2 fucking minutes. And at least if you have that ability to trade futures, either in Robinhood or Thinkorswim or Tasty, or whatever your preferred trade station, whatever it is you use, whatever your preferred thing is, have some kind of an ability to sell weekends if you're not hedged and you're not in for duration. You're like, oh, I just buy the dip, man, and then I take all my money and walk, and then I look for the next dip. You like that kind of guy? Or if you're going to lose one and it's going to really hurt your account because you trade like that, well, Cap, that would blow me up, bro. you should have some kind of way to either hedge yourself over the weekend or next week, or hedge into April, May, or maybe just futures. So that if you come in on like a Sunday or something, and we start fucking aggressively selling one Sunday, you can go in there and hammer this fucking market down together. I don't see that right now, but there are times. Any of you out there that's been in the market longer than one cycle know this. There are times when you come in on a Sunday and just start fucking hammering to the downside, especially on weekends. We're not there right now, but I just want you to know that there's some risk into that happening. So just have an ability to do that if needed. If you ever get caught on a weekend and you're a community member, if you ever, like on a Sunday night, and you're seeing doom, like real true doom, not the bullshit weekend doom, not the fucking CFD doom from the weekend bow or Dow. I'm talking like real price action down on a Sunday. There's always a trader, trusted trader on Sunday futures in our Discord. Normally it's David AMS. That guy will go in there on a Sunday and start selling the fucking world. So if you're ever like, what do I do on a Sunday with Sunday Future? You show up in our Discord at nighttime, and there will be a gang of sellers in there. And so if you have an underlying, you're like, oh fuck, man, I own fucking $100,000 in spoos, dude. And I got no protection on. There'll be almost always there'll be somebody in there, 99% of the time, and they're in there selling all night long. So don't feel like you can't open a Robinhood account, hop in the Discord on a Sunday night. If there's real true, what do you bears call it? Limit down type situations. Okay, so just be aware of that, and I'll be right back. Give me like 5 minutes here. I'll put the news squawker on, see if listen to my fucking voice again. I bet that some of you out there have been watching this show so goddamn long that I've like nails on a chalkboard now. I'm finally getting to you, which is good. It means you remember all this shit. Hang tighter. How do I turn this shit on here? There we go. Got so much shit going on. Million fucking pages open everywhere. There we go. Seeing who's on first, third, fucking who's on. Oh yeah, get up there and grind it, dude. Get up there and grind that shit. Watch out for 12 p.m. flows. Give me just a few minutes. I'll be right back with you guys. I know I'm trying my best here. Shit just keeps hitting me in the head, and I gotta say something about it. Okay, where's the break time? Be right back. What does this thing say? Caps going potty. That works. Yeah. All right, I'll be right back, boys and girls and theys and thems. Leave that right there for you.
Bitcoin gets above key $70,000 level, last up nearly 11% at $70,003. Fed's Jefferson says job market is stabilizing and inflation should moderate. Jefferson says Fed's strongest commitment to price stability is reducing inflation risks. Jefferson says tariffs likely represent a one-time shift in price level, and it's possible that stronger productivity could temper inflation pressures. Tariffs were a key driver of inflation in 2025. Price pressures should ease in 2026. Jefferson says personal consumption expenditure price index likely up 2.9% in December on year-over-year basis. Jefferson says he supported last year's interest rate cuts and policy roughly in neutral stance. Says while upside remain, he expects inflation pressures to ease and the job market likely in balance with low fire environment. Jefferson says he expects the economy to grow by 2.2% this year, and the job market is soft on reduced demand and immigration issues. Labour market roughly balanced and downside risk remains. Jefferson says current policy stance is well positioned for risks and says he's revised his growth forecast up 2.2% for 2026. We have posted the full speech and the live video for Fed's Jefferson on the feed for those interested.
Check 1, 2. Pull that over there. Why is that over here? Why is there stuff? What is that in my water? Okay, sorry, I'm trying to get we're gonna chat about something here. How do I show this here? We're gonna talk about, this is a good lesson for you if you're a new or young trader. We go over this every once in a while, but we don't go over it frequently. So it may be good to have this discussion before we get into looking at the whole entire market, because I get asked this frequently and I'm not mad about it or anything like that. It speaks to me to say you have to talk about this again, and I think it's worthy of talking about. when I do, or like what I find fascinating is I never, ever, ever hear a lot of requests, like cacophony of requests post ER. Never. I'll have some people ask, but rarely. And I mean rarely. Does anyone care post ER? I am always fascinated that I am frequently pestered. It's not a bad thing. I'm not like yelling at you or anything, but I am constantly bombarded with excitement just before an ER. And it speaks to this week too. If you want to know why you're a losing trader, and if any of this fits you, you may want to listen to this. So I want you to think about.
So the White House explores opening an antitrust probe into home builders in the coming.
Voice news disconnected.
I want you to think about how many times on this show am I asked, hey, Cap, can we look at an earnings play many weeks in advance of that company's earnings? Am I pestered? The answer is no. Whatever shiny fucking thing out there has got your attention, or everyone's attention. I'm talking a supply gang. They're all over everything else, but not thinking about that. Now, when we come into earnings season and earnings themselves, the excitement is off the charts. And normally this is something where the dream of, oh my God, we're going to moon outside of the expected move. I'm going to hit it big in 10 times, 30 times this trade, right? If it goes my way, or I live and die by that sword and I blow myself up. And there's a lot of excitement around that. And I don't want to say pestered, but it is like pestering, like, hey man, what's going to happen? And it's like one day before their ER, or the week of their ER, or the day of their ER. And I always find that fascinating because earnings are something that you usually start trading way before you get there. Actually, you start trading them just post their last ER. So the dust will settle down and you start looking at what got clipped. What got clipped and what didn't deserve to get clipped. Maybe you read a CNBC article that said ticker XYZ is down today in their ER because they didn't have the money for toilet paper. You ever notice that these days? In the olden days, you wouldn't hear like ERs, number one, weren't a thing. Or number two, they were never so like separated. Today's earnings, they're just looking for any kind of bullshit excuse to sell, right? Oh, they missed this one thing. The Yabbats, they beat this, and the Yabbat, they beat that. You need to like get away from that shit and start thinking about earnings. Like the start of earnings season is not when they're reporting. It's just post. After the dust settles from their last report, that's when earnings season starts. Whether you're going to sell down into the next earnings or you're going to long up into their next earnings. And those traders and investors, they make bank. They ride that fucking shit all the way down until the next earnings season or all the way up. You ever go in an earnings season, you see like Tesla just getting hammered down into their earnings. There was a guy on that trade from their last ER, and he wrote it all the way down. And he's literally walking out of the building with a shit ton of cash. Never had to deal with earnings day for Tesla. Or does it take 3 days for it to move up again? Or all these other fucking nonsense things. So when you see us come into earnings season and you see me say, sure, I'll give you an expectation for this ticker XYZ, do this, and this. What you want to be paying attention to are two totally opposite things, or two things that I'm not, or that maybe your mind wants to. Maybe your mind was like, oh yeah, dude, it's gonna moon. He's saying it's gonna moon. What you should be paying attention to is not that, or oh my God, he's saying it's gonna crash. You shouldn't be paying attention to that. You should be paying attention to the two things that I note in that ER review, which would be the first thing would be, well, I expect to be up here and down here. Here and here. Maybe they're trading right here and I'm giving you an upper and lower bound. And that's because there are traders out there that on earnings day are trying to fucking sell you or sell spreads or even open spreads where that stock stays range bound. And they don't give a fuck if it goes up or down. They have edge. It's called edge. So those people are quiet. They don't say a fucking word. They're just like, okay, he gave me the lower bound and the upper bound. So they're making a bunch of money. They take their money and they walk away. Whereas the noise is it going up or is it going down? There's a second part to when I review an earnings play. And that is the reaction trade and the start for the next cycle. Winky is really good at this. I'll list him as the one that I think is really good at this. Winky will sit back and just watch earnings. He doesn't give a fuck if it's going up or down. And he's pre-planning entering either a long or a short into their next earnings season. Some companies don't run on earnings seasons, like BA. They run on what? Bullshit airline reports, right? Oh my God, there was a crash across the world. BA down. There are healthcare companies that rely upon white papers, right? If any of you trade biotech, you know that the white paper doesn't make a fucking difference, does it? Over the years, you figure out that you sell the news before you ever get to the white paper. Every once in a while, white paper would be great. Stock goes moon. But far and wide, what's more important is taking the trade for before the white paper is released. Very consistent money. And so we were just discussing inside the Discord, are you long, are you short, those kind of things. And with the parallel to that, have you closed this, man? Are you still long this? The parallel to that is it's the wrong time to be asking those questions. It's always that emotional inflection points. Are you still long? 100 times asking that on a low. Coming into an inflection point right now. Are you still long right now, this stuff? And so what that speaks more to me is emotions. And the volume of those questions rise and fall. And so if you find yourself on those, if you find yourselves with that anxiety or emotions and stuff like that, it's probably the wrong time to be asking those questions, because I'll tell you if I am or not, or if I've closed or opened and those kinds of things. You know, yesterday I was opening longs. I contacted Winky in a DM before I left. And I trust Winky. And I'm like, am I crazy? I'm like, I'm really extended here buying these lows, and I just need a check. An objective person to say, you're fucking crazy, you shouldn't be doing this, or keep riding on, or whatever. Now, you got to think about yesterday. I want you to think about yesterday, not hindsight. Like where you're like, you know, you forget. Yesterday I was asked, "Are you long?" I said yes. Someone asked in the Discord, I think 10 or 20 times I saw someone ask, "Are you still long AMD?" And I said, yeah. Someone finally said, "Is anyone long AMD?" I said, "I am." I was the only motherfucker in there willing to say that. Which shows that nobody was trying to get long yesterday. You're alone. And I find Winky alone after ERs, after the pestering and the noise and the cacophony. He's all alone over there reviewing all these things. So I'm looking for, currently we're in ER season, and I'm looking for ERs that either way outperform or way get taken down to the, as Binky would say, hurt locker. So I don't really give a fuck where a ticker goes. If it goes all the way down to the depths of hell, if it's way overreaction, I'm like, that shit's down the worst it's been in 30 years. And while everybody's dooming in this and that, or maybe the guys are like, I had puts and I made all this money, or I had calls and I made all this money. I'm just like, hey man, fucking 20% cut overnight. I'm gonna long the fuck out of that for a few days. Make sense? And you're usually the only motherfucker down there doing that shit. And I want you to think about that. Like when you're asking questions, or you're like, oh my God, is this? Oh my God, is that? And if you start to see like a lot of questions on the same topic, it's normally because of emotion. Either you or other people that are impacting you. I try to teach that here. We have an account here. You don't see me freaking out. And I'm wanting, this is a learning exercise for you to not freak out or get emotional. Do you understand what I'm saying? And have a pre-planned idea of what you're going to do. Where you're going to close, you're going to open, you're going to add, you're going to DCA, you're going to change a plan. Oh my God, something went against me for 5 minutes or a day or something. Maybe you didn't put enough time on, or I did. I'm not really concerned. Or maybe you're not taking all the trades that I'm taking. The more important part of this, the lesson here is that I want you to think about, like look back when, if you do like, this isn't hindsight, it's looking back for what actually took place. And especially when things are not going your way, not when they went your way. So I want you to think about that out there. Like as an example, we're still in earnings season. So when you see me like give an outlook, you should be looking the higher and the lower. And you should be hoping, I know this sounds shocking, but let's say your favorite ticker is Palantir. That's my favorite ticker. And you hear someone say like, I want it to moon. My first question always is 70% of the people that say that are likely long from that day. I don't fucking trust those people. The other 30% are probably long from way, way lower and don't give a fuck if it goes up or down. Or they're already out and they're just looking for a low to buy. And I want you to think about that. Like it's a very serious thing. Like you should welcome your favorite ticker to have a chance to fucking pull back. If you look at your ticker over time, over a year, 2 years, 5 years, and you look at those big, deep lows, they're fucking. So maybe where you hear a bear going, woo, yeah, making all this money or something. In reality, it's like the opposite. You should be down. That's as a bull, you should be like, oh, a bear is stoked that it's down 20%. Fuck yeah, it's time for me to get long. And it's like completely counter to how we're like trained in the stock market. Like it's a counter. It's counterintuitive, right? If any of you ever played soccer, I don't know how many sports do this, but I played soccer competitively through grade school, middle school, high school, and even college. And soccer, if you're good at it, is very counterintuitive. Extremely counterintuitive. And if you can pick up those or apply that from other parts of your life into the stock market, maybe you're a fighter. Boxers know this. If you can get if you're a right-handed boxer and you can learn how to throw a left hook, and your opponent is right-handed and they don't know that you can throw a left hook and fucking knock a motherfucker out, you come out of nowhere with a left hook and you're gonna literally fucking flatten somebody because they're not used to that left hook. And I think the stock market's very similar in a lot of ways. When everyone is watching each fire, you should be like, what are they all saying right now? And then not necessarily take the opposite side of the trade, but start thinking about, hey man, we have a pullback. My favorite ticker is Palantir. And let's say it's down 10, 20, 30, 40, 50%, 100%. I don't care. Give a fuck what it is. That's more of an opportunity for you and way less risk for you. For the trade to go your way, it's another edge. Just another edge on your side. The more edges you start adding, the more likely your trades are going to be successful. And you might have some losers in there, but far, far, far more winners. Far, 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 far more. So it's not like you can't take a loss or you're flat or you've recovered enough of your losses. It's more that you stay disciplined in following those fucking things. Does that make sense? And you're not a hindsight trader. You are consistent. And if you see in your consistency a fault, you can adjust. This isn't working anymore. If it didn't work once, that's not working anymore. That's hindsight trading. If it doesn't work more than 3 times over 10 times, maybe they got to make an adjustment. So I want you to think about that as a trader, as an investor. And I don't get to talk about that enough. I do, but then I forget to talk about it more. So think about like how many times you see people asking certain things, you know, and why are they asking? And there's a bunch of different reasons why they're asking. But normally in those moments, there's a quiet group that is not asking those questions. And you want to seek those people out anywhere. I don't care, Twitter, community, our community, Reddit, stock twits, I don't give a fuck where. Oh yeah. Oh. Ooh. Ooh. So it's important for you to learn those things too. It's important for you to learn those things. And one of the ways to learn those things is the impulse to ask. That's what I find with myself. When I'm start getting stressed, and I'm like, oh my God, is this going to happen? And I see everybody else talking about it, I'm like, fuck no, it's the opposite of that shit. They got me. And I think you should think like that too. If you see like that panic or that emotion or everyone's on this one thing, everyone, you start looking around and seeing who's not on that and saying, why aren't you fearful here? Or why are you not like overly zealous, excited here? More than likely, they're going to be telling you one of two things. Oh, I'm looking to get long down here while everybody's fucking thinking the world's on fire. Or they're going to say to you, dude, I already got out from my long. I've been long for the last fucking 6 weeks into ER. I thought you loved Palantir, bro. Why are you not fucking, woo this, woo that? The other thing, too, is they might be selling you calls. So you're like ramping up into an ER. And they're excited, but they might be like, yeah, bro, buy calls. It's going up. It's gonna moon, bro. And in reality, they're selling you calls. There's like all kinds of nefarious shit in this. And then you got the social media and the media trying to get some sizzle or some blood or some steak. Right? If it bleeds, it leads. So you got to be really careful and be able to navigate that kind of stuff. And I would take that with ERs. It's counterintuitive to hope that your stock gets an opportunity to go down. Well, how does your stock typically go down in a bull market? You don't have a lot of opportunities for it. So you got to look for what? Binary events. They might be directly related to your stock, like an ER. It might be something market wide, an NFP or a Fed rate decision. Do you give a fuck about the Fed rate decision? You shouldn't. I mean, you should on a different level. But if a Fed rate decision takes a fucking daisy cutter to your stock and it goes to the depths of hell, you have an opportunity to get long on your favorite stock. So you kind of welcome that. Does that make sense? If your favorite stock's always going up, you got to find a binary event to get a juicy dip to buy. And I think a lot of that applies. There's your number 4 right here. And we'll start watching for some kind of a flush at this point. We could continue to go up into 130. Here's 130. It looked like kind of sloppy doing this earlier, but just right around 130, maybe 2 p.m. We'll start looking for some kind of a roll up here. But I want you to think about that stuff. I want you to think about, let's say you're opening a long on AMD when it's in the depths of hell. And maybe you get taken down one more day or something. You want to be thinking about how many people were long AMD as it already rose so much. They're fucked. If you're getting along at the bottom of AMD with some time on it and you go down one more time, knee jerk, and then back up, you are way fucking better off than the asshole that was up there hoping that it would, continue to moon or whatever. And that applies to all stocks. It applies to everything. Like you saw a lot yesterday, Amazon got taken to the woodshed. I fucking long the fuck out of that. I'm out now, but I long the fuck out of that. I'm like, you're going to slam down at fucking $200. I'm fucking buy. You don't get that many opportunities. And there's a bunch of other ones down there. Netflix. I mean, I think Netflix is probably going to fucking $40, but you shank a fucking stock down that fucking deep. I'm like, you don't give me that many opportunities for it. A binary event. I'm gonna long the fuck out of that shit. If I see your stock go fucking vertical on a fucking ER, it goes burn way up there. And I'm watching it a week later and it's starting to roll down. I was just looking at Amazon. I'm gonna show you guys something crazy. Let me show you guys something crazy here. I was looking at Amazon yesterday. I was about to buy it, right? And I'm in the background of the show, I'm looking at Amazon. I want to show you something cool about Amazon. Hold on here. I want to show you something fucking wild here as a prime example. And the first thing I thought to myself was, how would anybody trade that? They would have gotten fucked. And this was a prime example. Let's see if I can find it here. Hang tight here. It was July of 2024, I think. Was it July of 2024? I think it was July of 2024. Right here. Is it July of 2020? Wait a minute. I want to see if I can find it here. Maybe there's a bigger one. This one right here. I think it was this one right here. This is a good one. This is a prime example of how to describe this. Here's an Amazon ER. So you're coming into a binary event for Amazon ER. Here's an Amazon ER right here. And you don't know at this point if Amazon's going to blast down or blast up. And it blasted up. Woohoo! This is the ER, right? You're picking a binary event that you don't know the outcome of, and it fucking moons. So there's probably a guy up there watching this ER over here. He's hanging out. He ain't saying shit to nobody. He's got flat. He ain't sad. He ain't mad. He's just hanging out. He sees it go up here. Well, this guy comes in and he fucking sells the fuck out of that. Goes all the way down here. And I can just imagine the bull that was over here. He's like, bro, it ain't ever coming back. Smiling. I picked right this one time. And then they got hammered down here. And now they're sad and upset. And meanwhile, this guy over here, he's now back down here. And he's actually buying the long over here. And I think this is a pretty decent example of this on binary events. And this guy might be the real bull here. He's down here getting the really killer deal. And he waited for his opportunity. And now he's way the fuck up there. Way the fuck up there. And meanwhile, this asshole over here, he's getting just rope-a-doped. You know, this guy over here is like, he's short, gets taken. He's all mad. Then he sees it come down, right? He's like, all right, I'll get long over here. And then it comes down, and he's angry again. And meanwhile, this other guy is just trading the reaction of a binary event. And I think that I think that time in market gives a better perspective of that. As a matter of fact, this morning, I noticed that John L. is not in the Discord. He's probably taking a day off. I'm going to bet that guys like John L. probably were tired of fielding questions like that. Like, I tried my best to talk to these people. I repeated the same answer over and over. And now the market's coming up, so I'm going to take a fucking day off from this shit, which is fine. But I want you to think about the idea that when your emotions are running high and you see everybody asking the same questions repetitively, and you have a few people telling you, don't worry about it, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. And then they disappear the day when you don't have to worry about it anymore for a reason. They've already been here before and done this before. It's not their first rodeo. I think the same thing applies with those kind of when you see those questions asked repeatedly. It's mostly emotions. So it's important to identify that stuff as a trader. When things are going moon, you'll see a few traders like I'm exiting here, and then you'll see them, sometimes they get ripped on. Why are you exiting, bro? It's still going up. You know, and they're like, well, I'm just looking for the next low to buy. You want to follow those fuckers. Those guys are making consistent money. And they probably have a ton of edge on their side. The same thing on bloodbaths. If you're in bloodbath and if you're like out in public, if you're on social media, if you're consuming news reports or you're reading some shit and you're like, oh my God, this is all horrible. And you see people's hair on fire. Oh my God, I blew up my account. You're going to find people there that are very calm and they're like, oh yeah, I'm mad in this, I'm mad in that. And like, how can you be doing that, dude? It's all on fire. You know, think about when you ask that question. Why is that guy doing that? It's more important. Because you're not afforded those opportunities that often. It's the reason. You're just not. You're just not afforded those opportunities that often. So when you are, you take them if you can, if the conditions are right. And I want you to think about that this earnings season. If you have like if you want some kind of like insight that's actionable, what I would say is when we do earnings in groups, and just as a simple example, we start with banks and then we move into normally the heavy hitters, right? Like the big tech kind of shit. As an exercise, I want you to look at prior ERs, if you can, with big tech where they get taken to the woodshed. Only when they get taken to the woodshed. And you'll notice a pattern that emerges. If they get taken to the woodshed and there really wasn't something bad, I mean truly bad, like fraud, not some fucking guy on Reddit telling you that this sucks and that sucks and CapEx this and they don't have a user base anymore. Their ads all fucked up. Fuck the CEO, any of that stupid shit. Because this is all accumulation and distribution. That's what it really is. Unless there's fucking fraud or some kind of like material thing. It'll always be traded. Your symbol will always be traded up and down. So if it's accumulation and distribution, I want you to look back on prior ERs when your favorite big tech gets taken to the woodshed and look for some kind of pattern in what takes place thereafter. And oftentimes what you'll see is you'll hear it called a dead cat bounce. Oh, that's just a dead cat bounce. Well, that's a fucking way to make money. You see some big takedown on the stock, all of a sudden you see it come roaring back 4, 5, 8, 10, 12%. How many times do you get that opportunity? And then you see it go back down to the bottom again. And then all of a sudden it starts rising up over the weeks and weeks and weeks to the next ER season. And no one wants to buy that shitty ticker down there. No one's looking at that shitty ticker down there. That awesome big tech stock. They're only looking at that fucking awesome big tech stock when it is done mooning. And all of a sudden you hear everybody talking about ticker XYZ and you're like, woo, I got to jump on board of that. And then you get caught in it, sent down to the hurt locker again. So always be looking when other people aren't. And in particular, this earnings season, we're here. You can look back on prior earnings seasons and you can look at this one. And you can compile a list of what's been taken to the woodshed. Like what went down to the depths of fucking hell. Then you can go back and read their actual report. Like go back, read it and say, and then go to like CNBC and go, huh, CNBC said this was really fucking bad, but I just read it again, and it's not as bad as they're saying. So you know right away that CNBC or CNBS needs fucking blood to sell to you. So you read it, but it doesn't mean a fucking thing. You know what CNBC should say to you? Let's say your favorite ticker gets taken down 20% on an ER. You know what CNBC should say to you? That's a fucking deal. You should start monitoring that stock down there. That shit doesn't sell newspapers. What sells newspapers is Amazon down 20% worse since 2017. World's going to end. Woo! I got readers now. So if you have the chance, this earnings season, and you start to see not just big tech, but hey, what were the biggest losers of this earnings season? Why? Is it valid or not? Was it profit taken? Was it opportunity? What was it? And you know, you shouldn't give a fuck the name of the ticker. Your favorite ticker might be Palantir. Maybe it kept going, but Meta got to the woodshed. So you like shift over to Meta and you go, what's going on over there? And probably 2 or 3 weeks later, you could go into your favorite group, whatever Discord you're in or FinTwit or whatever, and say, hey, you know, I noticed ticker XYZ was taken down 20% man on a bullshit ER. What's up with that? Anybody else starting to get long here? And you can start to ask those people. They're like, oh, yeah, dude, I'm getting long. Or, oh, fuck no, there's some fraud in there. Or something really fucking bad. Not like CapEx this or whatever bullshit they're spitting at you, but like, hey, there's something really bad. Other than that, you start seeing that slow boat accumulation up into the next DR. You're exiting before you even get to that binary event, and you're saying to yourself, I hope to fucking God that thing gets taken to the woodshed again. Even if it's just inside your brain, even if you're not saying it publicly. I would love that talk start to go down. I fucking longed that shit the last time. It was amazing. So I want you to think about that stuff moving forward. And this is a great opportunity. We're in tech earnings. But you could do this with the whole market. Like, what got taken to the woodshed, compile a list. You can probably compile it on Yahoo. And then you end up finding the ones that get taken to the woodshed. And then from there, figure out which ones are in this big major trend decline over time, or the ones that are in an uptrend, like major uptrend, just down 20%. You know, if they're not in a downtrend, they're an uptrend, they get clipped on a fucking binary event, there's a fair chance that thing's going to stay in trend and that you're going to get a discount. And while nobody's paying attention, or everybody's bearish, or they're not, you know, on that stock, you can start accumulating that or opening spreads. Then all of a sudden, that shit gets exciting into the their binary event, whatever it may be, whether it's white papers for biotech or earnings, or you get a Fed rate decision and your shit's on fire. You're making a bunch of money. You're just like, I don't give a fuck if we moon on this. I'm just going to take the money and run. Those people make a ton of money in the fucking stock market. They make a ton of money in the stock market. A mega fuck ton. And if they're wrong, they're only taking cuts. And this is like most of their trades. Like most of their trades are winners, and the losers are very, very not. They're not like, oh my God, I bought an option for $5 and then I sold it at $1 and then it came back to $4. Make sense? I didn't make a bunch of money, but I held on until 4 and I got out. I only lost 20%. I could have lost fucking 80%. You understand what I'm saying there with this? So I want you to think about that stuff if you can. You guys understand? Okay. Think about that stuff. It's critical. Very critical. Okay, SPY trading higher right now, trading up to this next target. SPY hit their first one. That was good. Here is number 2. Looking for a fast recovery. SPY trading 689.44, coming into supply at 690 right now. Bling bling. Diamonds are a girl's best friends, aren't they, doggone it? Diamonds, baby. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. You guys all getting bulled up yet? Let me know so I can get out. Woo! Here's your next stop that you can get off the bus. I did that one for Tippy. We thank you for your service, FOMO gang. You are the Marines. We need Marines. Where's the next one that the FOMO gang has? Oh, there it is. 692.25. There we go. There we go. Bring this in a little bit over here. Take a quick peek. SPOO's coming into light resistance right now. There is like medium resistance just above at 6920. The gamma flip sits at 6945. That's up here. This is your gamma flip up here. I fucking love this show. I do. I really fucking love it. Like moments like today, I love this fucking show. You can't do this shit privately. Like I used to trade alone and it sucked. It's nice to trade with other people. It's nice to go through this stuff together. Look at that green everywhere. AMD up 8.27%. FLNC up 6.65%. ARM up 9.79% in a day. Silver up 5%. Wi-Fi, the WYFI, up 25%. Avgo up 7.3%. PAL up 4.8%. Boyle up 5.6%. Natty Gas 5.4%. TEM up 5.3%. TSM up 5.4%. LEU up 21%. ALAB up 25%. Woo! Mr. 25%. Crowd 20%. I mean, you wanna fucking trade binary events. Well, that's true, but there's probably a bunch of bears that made a bunch of money and they're taking the weekend long off to go do a bunch of. They're gonna go to the bar and piss it all away and be like, clean themselves up, get to the bar, shave their bodies off, and be like, I made a bunch of money. Cat's being a beast. Yeah, Meta. Keep watching Meta. You want to like look at the ones that aren't. Maybe there's a rotation into those at some point. Just note that AMD is coming into like 209.36. There'll likely be some supply there. Thereafter, there's a gap to close above at 216.61. There's a giant fucking gap between 230 and 241. So we are roughly at the first bus stop. Remember that this is a 1-minute chart. This is not the entire stock market. If you were to put this on like a week, it's like a sliver of a week. So I know that things can seem like they're crashing to the depths of hell, but just a 1-minute trigger. I also want to make one more warning to you before we go over the review for the market, and that would be we are coming into the weekend. If you are exposed over the weekend, you want to consider at some point between like 2 p.m. and close, looking for something to hedge into Monday if you don't have futures or if you're naked.
He was
like
stocks
naked
extend
long,
gains,
that kind of
Nasdaq
stuff.
up 2%,
Or you take your money and
up
walk and come
2%.
back, lick your wounds. If you got banged up this week and you're recovering, it's okay to take licks. You don't need to
Total
win
account
every
coming in at
trade.
551,
You just need to know how to
551.
manage your trades. What's he saying right now? What's going on here? Yeah, and you do have Iran maybe happening this weekend. I want to talk to you guys about that too. I read a lot of fodder about
And oil recount 412, 412. That concludes Besson's comments on CNBC.
about the stock market's been weak this or one guy last night wrote, he said, I've been commenting about Iran is going to get invaded the last 3 weeks and I've been
Spot
wrong.
silver extends gains, last up 9%.
And he said, but it's going to happen this weekend. Classic bear. He's like, it's going to happen this weekend because the stock market's so weak. And I was like, is this guy fucking for real? It's like, it's not that Iran can't get invaded this weekend or whatever, but what matters more is that when we go to war, we typically go up. And if there is any down, you buy it every time. Art Cashin, famous for this. If you have World War III, you buy the fucking dip. And most military actions, we actually go up, not down. Well, oftentimes, if we're trending higher, squeeze and then pull back and then go up again. Yeah. So if you're like looking for the crash because of Iran over the weekend, that ain't the reason. Ain't the reason we would roll over the weekend. Just be forewarned on that. I know that people are worried about Iran over the weekend. I'd be more worried about this fucking market than I would Iran. Okay, so we're gonna start chatting here. We're gonna go over some stuff. Let me turn this financial juice shit off. How do we do this? You know what? Maybe I have to save this for after the bell. I don't know how. I don't know if it's better for me to do this down below or not. Maybe I can. Okay, so I'm going to leave you guys to it here. And I'm going to shift. Should I save this for after the bell, maybe? I don't know. It seems kind of wonky. But anyways, do you guys want to do this? Let me ask the Discord if they want to do this. Hold on a second here. Do you want me to do this? During market hours, while also God damn it. I'm watching something else while typing. Move arms. Where do you want me to shift focus? Full market. I should do this as a poll. All right, hold on a second here. I'm going to rewrite this. Trading 689.40 right now. I do a poll. On here. Cover hold market while watching SPY. That's the most complicated one. Because we can do here is I can cover, I can attempt to cover the whole market down below while we're watching that shit over there. Or I can shift completely to the whole market's look. Or I can wait. We can just do this. And at 4 p.m., I'm willing to, I don't know, keep the stream going public. And we're out of RTH. We're not trying to dedicate time to two different things, and I can stay for an extra half an hour, and we can just I can just fire through a bunch of these tickers, like really fast. Probably take like 10, 20 minutes. I won't answer any questions. I'll just pump through them and show you what I was looking at yesterday. One of the three. I think it's probably, as I'm starting to do this, I'm like, maybe it's better to do it when the market closes, because you can focus your attention on it. Because if anything happens here, you're gonna be like, oh, what about this cap? And oh my god, what about that? And that kind of stuff. Well, you guys can vote in the Discord. I posted a poll to find out what your thoughts were on this. I only see 5 votes. Maybe nobody cares. I don't know. If nobody cares, I'll take my weekend. We can come back and do this on another day. We can just do a private stream. I don't know. If I do the market review now, I can't check for this. I got to focus on it. My preference I thought I would do it during the show. My preference is to do it at like 4 p.m. and just quickly just run through all these tickers. I could even, instead of like typing it in each time, I could even set it all up right now if you want in the background while we're covering the market. I can just set it all up so we're just like bam, 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 rapid fire, go through it all. I can do that too. It's not easy. On my end, it's difficult to trade, cover the market, or cover this, and then cover the whole market. It's like an octopus or some shit. It's complicated. Okay. Let me just check right now the votes. You guys are fucking brutal. You guys are savages. You guys just want to see me fucking burn, don't you? I'm looking at the results right now. You want me to do everything all at once? Motherfuckers want me to be an octopus. How about we do the market coverage until 4 p.m. and at 4:01 and we will just shift. It should take no longer than like 10 minutes. You guys can stay for 10 minutes, right? It won't take long. I'll just rapid fire go through them and show you what I saw. And then you tell me what you think of that. Start my weekend. Was it because of the cult? No. We're gonna do it. I want to get it done. I promised. I've spoken about this many times. We're gonna get it done. So what we're gonna do is this. I think at this point, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna stay on market coverage. At 4 p.m., I'm gonna rapid fire go through what I look at every day, and what you should be looking at, especially at times like yesterday. I want you to have this. This is like important. So we'll do it today. We're getting it done today. I want, even if we can clip it later or something, but we're gonna look at this shit today, and I want you guys to see some of the stuff that I do privately, so that you have some kind of idea. Oh God, yeah. Talk dirty to me. We got to talk about silver too. Silver, man, like silver is dangerous right now. Not confirmed yet, but it's extremely dangerous. Even on this upstroke on silver. Oh my God! When I looked at silver yesterday, woo, silver into the bell yesterday was a huge warning for silver bulls. Huge. Not right now, but a huge warning. I got to talk about silver today. Or shit, I don't know. Maybe I should save this fucking show for like Saturday. Let me give you an example of what I want to show you guys after the bell here. Now this doesn't make it so, like, we need more to make this so, but let me get silver going here. Yep, it was this one right here. Let me bring you guys silver really quick. No, this doesn't mean we go down, but if you're a silver bull, or even if you're not a silver bull, if you're any bull, what I was looking at yesterday, this is silver. We can keep this really fucking simple. It's not even that hard to look at. You can simply look at this stuff. You don't really need to be a rocket scientist here. Shit, we can just do this with a blank. I don't even need this shit on here. Just hold on. Let me create a new layout. What does cap do? We'll do it like this. Leave. Hey, silver. And I don't need anything on this chart. I don't need a fucking thing. This is something that I do. Just candlesticks. That's it. I don't need. I mean, I know enough about Elliott Wave and all the other shit and but I don't need to look at this stuff. But here's silver. When you're looking at silver right here, right there, you can see this. You can see this. Like, do you see how it's like you're pounding, right? Pounding, eventually up, down, pounding. Bam, bam. There's your high. It's off to the races. And that's what it leads to. Mania, right? All the way the fuck up here. As of yesterday, I wasn't too concerned about silver and a bunch of other issues being like symbols. This right here looked fine to me. This bounce looked fine over here. But this drop right here, more importantly, below, do you see that? This is a warning shot of continuation for a double correction for silver. And there was a lot of this. And we have to monitor even right now, or I do, on Sunday. I have to look and see where all these other issues are. Not issues like bad, issues like stock ticker. And what freaks me out about this is the warning, and the door is open for a double correction. So you like, as an example, just silver, you need to like see silver go up here and beat this high, believe it or not. To start getting bullish. If silver fails at any point, if silver does not have close this gap, start getting above, if silver fails, you've been warned that you are below this basically advanced decline line, right? This is the advance, and this is the fuck you lower. If you think back on just this, no, it's down, think about where down would be. You can keep it really simple. Down to the start of that trade. This here could turn into this next level right here. See this band right here? If no, then down $40. And this is what I was looking at yesterday across the market, like all over the place. And some of these things we're showing them before. This is Thursday at 9:30 a.m. Spoos wasn't, but that one was. And a bunch started cycling through them at the end of the day, or as the day moved forward, and then after the bell, SPY showed itself. So as an example, just silver right here, like on Sunday, I got to watch all this shit. Like, is it recovering? Is it not? This could turn into, more than likely, this could turn into something like this. Take some time to get there, but that is definitely on the table, even right now. Do any of you have $41 on silver? I didn't until Thursday. I don't mind the shank down over here. I don't mind the dead cat bounce. I don't mind sweeping early buyers over here. But this one right here was the danger. And I saw that a lot across the market yesterday. So just be aware of it. We can talk about this stuff after the bell. There's a whole bunch of other stuff you're going to be looking at. And this is a good example today, or yesterday and today, because oftentimes you won't see this all over the market. You'll see just like NVIDIA going down, maybe fucking whatever the Avgo Nvidia, and I don't know, maybe Microsoft is the chosen market leader with Nvidia. You see those two go down, the rest of the market's just doing their own thing. Not so bad. Yesterday there was under the hood deleveraging and fear. Very unusual. You don't see that too frequently. So I just want to go over that if I can with you guys after the bell and what exactly the tickers are that I look at. The door is open for that. Doesn't have to happen. There's still some stuff that needs to take place. Right there. 41.95 would be the target. We're not there just yet. They have to complete this. There has to be a failure somewhere in here. The buyers are in charge at the moment. If they have continuation to the upside, if buyers are able to get up here, come back down, make a new high, we can start talking about getting long again. But there's some real danger here. I just want you to know that. So we'll look at it at 4 p.m. We'll come back to this. And I'm not really going to show you the targets today. I'm just going to tell you the tickers that I'm looking at and the thesis behind this and how to identify this stuff. So let's say I was looking at silver, I would just comment to you that this is where the up down is. This last piece right here is kind of fucked up, and it needs to be repaired. And if it's not repaired quickly, silver has some rough go ahead of it. So we got to look at this stuff. It's not just silver. There's a whole bunch of other issues out there we got to look at. This was not bad. Not bad at all. Sweep lower, fine. This was bad. And there was a lot of tickers yesterday that were doing that shit. Okay, we'll go back to the main screen so you can see if we can go higher and try to stifle some of the fear and repair some of the damage that's been done. And I'll tell you something, just I'll say one more thing. Like, just, I don't know why we're talking about silver here, but mostly because I looked at all this shit yesterday, but like silver, outside of day trading, as an example, outside of like day trading, get out, I think you have to be very cautious taking longs of silver, and do not be committed to silver right now. It's like in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Not that you can't buy silver or go along with calls, just you're in and you're out. You should not be committed to silver right now. You don't need to look at all those. You don't need to look at all those. You just need to look at the you need to look at like utilities, and you need to look at you need to look at some of the metals. You need to look at copper, you need to look at gold, silver. You need to look at currencies, you need to look at some sectors, not necessarily one or two stocks. But you want to look at the risk off sectors like utilities and staples. Staples in the end rotation will sometimes be another bellwether. So I looked at XLU, XLE yesterday, XLP, and you can see everyone hidden there. Doesn't mean the market's going to roll, but those would roll with the market soonish. Energy, you couldn't hide in either. If I go over the cycle altogether, it should take you guys on your own maybe 20 minutes a night, 10 to 20 minutes. If you're really good, it's fast. You're just like, you don't even need anything. You just look at it and just like that one's bad. That one's bad. It's not so bad. They didn't break anything. Okay, we're good. They didn't break anything. We're just stretching price, or we're breaking shit. Be cautious. I think that's the greater. That's the greater takeaway. Are you breaking shit or not? Are we stretching price or not? It's just a rotation, or is it some risk-offish behavior hidden underneath the hood or whatever? So we'll stay here. We'll keep watching this. See if we can get a flush into the close. Be warned that between 2 p.m. and 4, you might see some profit taking. and some hedging activity. Just be aware of it. I'll cycle through the hour and half hour really quick. See if there's anything else to see here, anything new popping up. Oh, there's one right there. We'll pop this one in right here. This is green. The 1H right here. We don't need the one, and it's also 130. They've got a new 4-hour candle right here. You see this? This is a new 4-hour candle. Look closely with me. I want you to see this new 4-hour candle on the 1 hour here. See it? It's a new 4-hour candle. If you're looking here now on a 1-minute chart, I want you to look at that 4-hour candle. Pretend it's there. Just pretend your mind. And I want you to think or note that this would be the start of this 4-hour candle in here. And if you were looking for continuation to the upside, let's say, you likely would not want to see anything more than a sweep like this to go higher into the close. Okay? So if you're looking to buy a dip, it's somewhere down here. If you're looking to cap, if you think we're going to have a 4-hour up candle into the bell, you should be looking to get long somewhere in here and stops underneath here. There's something else to be looked at here too, which is, let's take a peek at this 4-hour one more time. And you see this like 4-hour right here, like see how that they got the big body right here? Right? See how we're pushing up right now. Let's like hold this right here. Put a white line right here. Make this white. Let's just look at where this starts. You see it right here? So notice we're up, down, and then it's boom, boom, up. You don't want to be giving back anything more than that, right? For this next 4-hour candle. Let's take a look at this. Also note that we have the 5-minute trigger crossing the 1 hour or the 1 day trigger right here. Could see a little bit of back testing action going on. There you go, Dr. Doom. Fire, brother. There you go. I fucking love kick-ass traders. There you go. You guys doing good. Is Tesla below the 692 or 696? I haven't looked in a few days. I was watching it closely and I haven't looked. I was looking for like 696 or so. Not 696, 396, 392, I think. Let me look real quick and see what I was looking for. Did I say 696 or something? I was misspeaking. Sorry. I think I'm throwing out numbers for other stocks. I'm gonna move this over and just take a peek. I think I got it on this one. Oh yeah, baby. You know, so this is Tesla. Do you see this trap in here? So I've got Tesla going all the way up here. This is great to be watching right now. See this trap in here? So this is what I've got done for Tesla here. You guys want to see it? There. I did the whole year for you. We did this on the show one day. This is where triggers matter. Hidden hand of the market, I call it. We're basing on this 4 hour. I'll let us say, guys, we're basing on SPY right now in the 4 hour. But anyways, I'm going to get through this real quick. It's a little lower than I expected. I expected 391. They went down to 386. If you're a Tesla trader, there's potential for like a move up here, then down to double test and go higher. But just note that there's sellers up here. You got sellers right where we are, and you got sellers crashing down. So if there's a failure by Tesla, it's going to be right here. If the market fails, it's down here. Even though I got this projected upside, you got to still use your rules and tools. Don't take any projections I have as, oh yeah, he's a fucking crystal ball guy. I'm not. I'm not your guru. This is the projected path, and I trust triggers and velocity way more than I trust Elliott wave or gamma or any that kind of stuff. Like I trust this is the hidden hand. This is where a lot of people get fucked up, is not using velocity and triggers. So just note, this can also serve as a springboard too. If that daily trigger comes down and we go up there and start bouncing around, it should ricochet this up, but the same thing holds true for a rejection. Should blast this stuff down. So just be aware of this with Tesla. A quick note for you guys here. Just a quick note here. This 4 hours turning into support right here. We may not drop. We might, but we might not. We could start squeezing. Just noteworthy. I just noticed that we didn't go down to the 5. I would love to still see us go down here, though. I really fucking want to see a drop and then up. But just note that we're above this 4 hour and we're basing right now. Shit islands up here, poop island. If you're going to institute a new trade, I don't like it. I like it either lower. If you're a bear, though, trying to sell this, there's a squeeze potential here, so be careful. If the trade doesn't come to you, just miss it. It's okay for this to squeeze without you on it. You wait for your trades to come to you. If it comes to you, fuck yeah. If it goes without you, you just wait for the next one. They oftentimes will still come down. Bring this down a little bit. I prefer the flush. I like the flush. The flushes are fucking awesome. I feel way safer in a flush. There's the other 4 hour down here. There's the daily down here. A bunch of buyers looking below, trying to catch a dip. But just note, you see that back test right there? See how they're trying to hold this right now? You could potentially take along here with tight stops. Potentially. But you'd have to manage the fuck out of it. I won't do this with you on the show anymore because the delay is too quick. By the time I'm in and out and panicking and all that kind of shit, you guys, it's like too much delay. We can watch it though. They're gonna try to hold this right here. Night. What the fuck is wrong with that? There we go. Wait a minute. Why is that not? What the fuck is going on here? There we go. Nice and easy. All right, messing up in here. They're trying to hold that for a squeeze. Well, this market is really trying to recover quickly. This looks good right now, by the way. If you're fearful out there, whenever you see big down moves like that, you want to see fast recoveries, not squeezing like, oh my God, we're in a bear market. I'm talking about these targets up there. You see those targets get taken out, it's very bullish. That one, let me explain this better for you. This is bearish squeezing. This here is productive. That is not bearish squeezing. This one is not. You got to wait and see what happens. The reaction is up there, but this is conducive of a bear squeeze, and this is conducive of a market recovering. If that helps you guys at all. Yeah, the Dow. If you read the brief from Tuesday or Tuesday, I wrote in the brief that I was at odds. I was like, I'm going to do some yellow and white lines. The Dow was showing a new all-time high. Dow was showing it. I couldn't. When I was doing the brief, I knew that I'd be wrong on one of them. I'm like, either the Dow's going to help here or they're going to join in the party of the downside. They did, but they were showing the new high as well earlier this week. Counter to the market being very weak. And I couldn't tell if the Dow would just like rein in the downside or if they would go snap, if they would like pop on the open and then dump for the rest of the market. It was hard to read. 5-minute trigger now crossing the daily trigger on SPY. Yeah, I did a Tesla chart. It actually looks pretty cool. I did it on a stream recently. Here, I'll bring it back up. I think I posted this inside of we did this on stream. Someone was asking me for a yearly outlook on Tesla. This is what I've got. Can I make this bigger? Now, interestingly, you want to watch. This is kind of cool to watch with triggers. Oh, Tippy remembers. Tippy fucking remembers. I think someone was asking me to do that stuff. I was trying to show people like what, or I think this started because people were asking me what my thesis was, or I did a video on year expectations, and people were like, why is your thesis like this? I did I don't know if it was a private stream or a public stream. I was like, this is what the yearly outlook is based on. And if the yearly outlook is wrong, you could probably use these charts to or charts like this to see where the dangers are, so that you can trade accordingly. It ain't gonna be exactly that. There's gonna be places where there's traps and shit. You can see the trap or the continuation with just triggers on that Tesla chart right now. So the point isn't being right. The point is having a fucking plan that you can trade against, right? This is a good example because we're not there yet. But that chart right there shows a classic example of make a plan, and then you can watch it unfold, and if that plan is still valid or not. Plans are, toilet paper in my view. They're not toilet paper. I shouldn't say they're toilet paper. That's the wrong way to say it. You should always have a fucking plan, and you adjust your plans as you encounter things. I think I related this recently where I said to you, I went hiking in the middle of fucking nowhere. And you have a plan. I have a map that says you're going here and here and here, and the bridge was down. I was in this big hike in the middle of nowhere, and there was like a fucking ravine, and I was with the wife and the kids, and the bridge was out. Do I just say, "Oh fuck, I'm screwed"? My plans went to shit. You have to alter your plan, right? That's what you do. You alter your plan. I don't stick to my plan and fall in the ravine. You know what? I made a plan, honey, and we're sticking to it. The bridge is out, but I'm going to get you across that fucking bridge. No, you alter your plan to get where you want to go and do the things you want to do in that trip. Same thing applies inside the stock market. You're asking about Misfit? I'll look right now. Let me go over to my cap. What's cap do? I looked at Misfit last night too. Let's go to a day. You want to look at Misfit? Hold on here. MSFT. Being asked by somebody in a public stream question about this stock. And I like Misfit here. Just looking at this stock. This stock doesn't look so bad. Let's take a peek down here. We've got, I want to be watching this right here. And I want to be watching this right here. Now, I've got nothing on this chart right now. Let's take a peek. I don't want to see this violated. If I were to see, let's say over the weekend, you saw something like this, we'll know. This is why I think we'll know in the next few sessions too, where some stocks haven't shown this yet. This is one of them that has not. But if you were to see this right here, and you see this little trim right here, if you see that get taken out right there, it does bring into the question of, does it start making some new lows down here? And not only that, it brings up all this stuff down here. And it also starts to bring up questions about this low right here. So they end up going like this. Yep, right up there, and then down. Well, that's pretty bad, right? But Misfit is not showing that at the moment. So we don't care about that right now. We don't care about that right now either. We just want to watch the next few days. If you start to see the recovery from Microsoft, what you're looking for here is you're looking for a new high over this green one. So if you start to see something like this, get rid of this for a minute. If you begin to see right up there, close that gap right there, come back down, hold that gap, make another one right here. You can start getting bullish with this. Let me look at this with the triggers on it because I don't have triggers on this. Just see what it looks like. And do you see it already? I nearly perfectly have the hourly trigger right here. I have a new high, and then I have a new high that's just above the monthly trigger. So you're going to expect this to go higher up here. You come into March, and we can start talking about another low. Start going higher. That's nice and productive, right? This is not, is it? That ain't productive. Does that make more sense? I don't even have to fucking look at this shit anymore. I just count sticks. I feel like an old man from the 1970s. I feel like the guys back in the 1960s and 70s that were like, dude, I just count candlesticks. There's some, I watched this one guy a couple of years ago. There was like a big correction. He was being interviewed, and he was like an old school trader from the 1970s. He's like, guy's like fucking 80 now. And the interviewer was like, what do you think about the stock market? Everybody's afraid right now it's going to crash. And he's got a chart with just candlesticks, and the guy goes, nope, that's a big bear trap right there in that one candle. I was like, I was in awe. He was right. It's like that fucking guy could just look at candlesticks and tell it was a bear trap. I was like, I can't even imagine how long that guy's been trading where he knew it was a fucking bear trap. Like, this is a big inflection point in the market. Like, everybody said it was going to be the biggest crash ever, and it was a huge correction we were in. This is a few years ago, 2 or 3 years. I forget the guy's name. It was this guy. It was this fucking guy right here. It was this fucking guy. No, not that's the guy, God's guy. It was Schwager. Jack Schwager. That fucking guy. That guy's a fucking baller. If you can ever watch, you can ever find, he gets interviewed every once in a while. Jack Schwager. Whew, that guy's a fucking beast. Spoo's holding the 4 hour right now, looking to squeeze up into the close, looking to target into the bell if possible. 692.25. So this downstroke right here is trying to work its way up and smash up into 692.25. If you guys ever go on YouTube, search Jack Schwager. He's the author of the Market Wizard books. Holy fuck. You want to see a baller trader? Whew. That fucking guy is no goddamn joke. No joke. Spoo's holding the 4 hour, not even sweeping the lows right now, trying to squeeze and break to the upside and take out a bunch of fucking stops. Trading 689.56. Do note that there should be a little bit of supply right here. We'll just make a little yellow notation here. At 690, they might try to kick it down. This should get a reaction as we go up here. Just be careful of that same downside move over here. Be cautious as we enter 690. Dude, Jack Schwager? God damn. If you guys have never heard that guy be interviewed, find his ass. It's like SCHWAGGER. 1G, not 2. Jack Schwager. That fucking guy's a badass motherfucker. I'm sorry to repeat him all the time. And I know sometimes I can come off as being pissed off or whatever. I'm not. I enjoy repeating them. I just need to be reminded of it and stuff like that. I don't want you guys to think I'm ever mad or angry or anything. I'm not. It's not easy being a teacher. Being a teacher is a hard fucking thing. You gotta teach the ABCs again and again and again and again. And sometimes just like, God damn it, I gotta do this again. The ABCs. I thought we're on the 1, 2, 3s right now. And then also, there's not many opportunities to teach it. So when you're in like yesterday and today, there's like a point where you're like, hey, we got to stop and talk about this stuff. Because you don't always have those opportunities when emotions are running high and, oh my God, I'm getting beaten up, or I'm getting cut up, or I made a bunch of money, bro. You know, because some people saw the second low and knew to short the fuck out of it. Some people don't. They're always hoping. So you just want to take these moments to try to reinforce some stuff for people. I don't want you guys to ever think that I'm like I'm not really frustrated or anything. I'm like, I might be tired. I might have some shit going on in my own life, or and I sit here 8 hours a day, and it's hard work. It's work. It's hard, but it's worth it. So it's very worth it. You guys are. I know I'm making a difference. That fucking brings me joy, more than you know. Way more than you know. It does bring me joy. And then you guys go off and do your own thing, whatever. One day I'll be dying, and we'll have a drink or something the day I die, or some shit like that. That'll be cool as fuck. Well, no, see, like Rocket Lab does not fucking matter. Rocket Lab does not decide if the market goes up and down. I'll look at Rocket Lab for you, but while we're waiting for the end of the day to blast through these things, Rocket Lab is not on my list of things that I look at every night, but I'll look at it right now for you. Let me look at it really quick. RKLB, baby. I know me some Rocket Lab. Rocket Lab. Look here. Rocket Lab looks fine right now. There is some danger above. You want to look at it really quick? We can just look at this on. We can look at it right here. Here's a candlestick chart that I keep open sometimes. So here's Rocket Lab. Not doing anything else. Not looking at anything else right now. There's some bad about Rocket Lab. That's all you need to see right there. That's bad. Not only is that bad right there, you never closed the gap down. Oh, you did a good job of closing that gap. That's good. But you've got this down here. So the one thing I would say about Rocket Lab here is it's fairly easy here. You've got your known sellers up here. You know they're going to take a swipe at you right in here. I think the long here is fine. You didn't break anything down here. It's a good long. But you definitely want to be waiting until you're above here to execute a new long. And you definitely want to have velocity on your side. I don't have it in front of me, or I'm not looking at Velo right now. But there is some potential here for another low over here. And it is overall, generally speaking, fairly bearish. Do you expect like these guys to come in? What was that? I'm not good with this polyline. Why is this not working? The fuck is going on? There we go. Your base case here is more down. Maybe another up. Maybe what you could do is back test this stuff. Maybe even sweep this lower right here. But truth be told, Rocket Lab is still. I'm betting it's underneath its monthly trigger. And just by looking at this overall trend, no matter what happens here, I am looking for more of this down here. Now, this can improve, of course, if you come into like summertime and you start seeing new highs, start breaking out. I'm assuming there's a monthly trigger here. If that goes underneath and this goes underneath, yeah, you can be fine to take that up, but there's work in here, and you don't want to be the guy. You don't want to be the Marine doing that work. You want to live inside of the other stuff. Let's see if we can bring up Rocket Lab without that one there. No, you're not underneath the monthly. You're good, actually. I was wrong. You're only underneath the daily trigger here. You're actually in good shape right now. This looks really good. This isn't full on like death, doom, and destruction or whatever. This actually looks pretty good. Now you are on risk off right now though, because you're under the daily trigger. You went risk off right in here. Right here, and a new low. There was your risk off. You were given another attempt to get out here, and they sent your ass downtown. But some good news for Rocket Lab. You did not. Oh, you broke this one. This is bad. So Rocket Lab is showing danger to close all this stuff up down here. So let me say it to you a different way here. You did break that prior low right there. That's not good. It's warning you already. If you fail this and either get a new low right there, that should be in the next few sessions. Can you see this? If you go down here in the next few sessions, that would be you're risk off at that point. If you go, let's say you come up here, come on Monday, and you go up here. If you fill that high right there, and you blast back down, and if you do this right here, same thing. So for me, outside, like you can take trades and like take day trades in Rocket Lab, but for me to be risk on again and not cautious with Rocket Lab, and your target, by the way, is probably this right here. Ultimately, likely 53 or even $41 would be even better. Something more like that, because you'd be right up there, and your daily trigger would come down and just smash the fuck out of you down here. But we're not there yet, so there's no. I would say right now, Rocket Lab is cautious. You should know in the next few days. On there. I like the idea though of I want to, how you get like fear of missing out. When I say to you like there's a lot of money to be made to the downside, the same thing applies to the upside. So here's a prime example. Oh fuck. I'm like pretend none of this exists. None of this exists. Oh, bro, I missed the Rocket Lab move. Well, in fact, you didn't. You went back into safety. You're above the daily trigger. The hourly trigger is underneath. You had a couple back tests, couple new highs, and it would have served you well to go long here, right? Bam, bam, bam. And that's kind of the danger down here too. So if you were looking for, and seasonality matters in this stuff, but I want you to think about like, let's say it squeezes. I mean, you can trade it inside of here, but let's say it goes up here, 1, 2, and you're looking just like this right here. Yeah, that's a nice confident, some edges on your side. You can with confidence take along there, put some stops underneath it, and more than likely, you're going to have edge for a much bigger continuation over here. You know what I mean? Like all that shit up here. So you're like blasting off up here, you're coming back down, maybe you're down there, back up again. It's a nice big long trade. But the same thing holds true for where we are currently right here, where if you get sent back down, you get sent back down here, you can make new lows. Before you know it, it's like wham, 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 wham. And you're kind of like, yeah, I don't want to do that, right? But that doesn't mean you can't trade this in here. It doesn't mean you can't trade. Doesn't mean there is no trade in here. There's a trade in there, but it's risky. There's more risk, more. You're still losing edge in there. Like the real edge is up here, and the real edge is down here. But they do have a warning sign if you want to know. Rocket Lab did have a warning sign, and it was this right here. This was your warning. And you see that you were fine over here. Fine over there, that's fine. But then this sweep lower here was dink, doors open lower, bro. We can potentially get down there. I just think that little bit right there is telling you that those fucking buyers are weak. Weak hands. They can be crushed. At least right now they are. There's a lot of that in the market right now. It's not just from Rocket Lab. SPX has sellers hiding just above. They're coming in trying to swat. They're going to try to hedge this. I want you to watch this right here. This is outstanding. Like, see this right here? You took out all those sellers. These sellers right here is the next batch. You see how we're trying to squeeze up? These guys are going to try to come in and sell that down. These sellers do not want to see a squeeze above into this one. Just like that Rocket Lab low, if you see market squeeze up here, that means that these sellers are weak. Pay very close attention here. It's a very risky trade up here. Usually let Marines take care of this stuff. No worries, I got you guys. If I'm ever like, I don't know, if you're like, Cap hates me or something, I don't. What do I got in this shopping cart? Get my wife some shit last night. Where is it? It's not out for delivery yet. Sorry, I try to take care of these freaking women. Fucking women, man. Can't live with them, can't live without them. Oh, man. It's like... Oh. No, I don't hate anybody. I think sometimes I come off as a dick or whatever, or I'm stressed or pissed off or whatever. I try not to come off like, I hope I'm like, my dad was a real fucking, he was worse than I am. My dad's a real asshole. My dad was just my dad was the kind of guy that was like, he'd intentionally fuck you. He'd think you'd never be as good as him. I hated that about him. I think I retained some of his dickishness, though. Or maybe I demand a lot. Or I have high expectations or something like that. I don't know what it is. I have to think about what it is, but it's this like whole like You got some 5-minute Momo helping you. Let me just check this 5-minute Momo and see if it's strong or not. We're getting a little long in the tooth on 5 and 15 minute. Or excuse me, 15-minute Momo's a little long in the tooth here. Let me just check where we are in the 15-minute really quick. Yeah, that's the only shit holding this thing up. Where the fuck is the 50? Oh my god. Woo! The 15-minute is way the fuck down here. Oof. Yikes. Where's fucking David AMS? He's good. There's definitely a bear out there somewhere that's like, oh, that drop's gonna be nice. Oof. Hey, thanks for that, Fast Eddie. Okay, so all right, 46 by 46, huh? I'm looking at the, it was tied. You guys are hilarious with the fucking voting. I love you guys. My dad was always like he was a perfectionist, and he was really good at everything he did, and he really like paid attention to detail. And he was always like, "You'll never be as good as I am." That's my fucking dad was like to me. You'll never be as good as me. You'll never be a man. An asshole. What a fucking prick. Never enjoyed being my father. He did when I was young. It was when I hit puberty. He wanted me to be like him, and I wasn't. My brother was more like my dad. He loved my brother. Still loves my brother to this day. I was my own guy. He could never get over that because I was the firstborn. I can't believe I'm saying that shit on fucking stream. Right, Goliath? Oh, God, Ricky Bobby. Maybe we should do it. Yeah, exactly, Top G. First right of refusal. I always looked at it. My mom said to me, Mom used to try to placate me, and she did a good job. My mom blunted a lot of my dad my mom did a fucking outstanding job of trying to fucking save my ass when I was a teenager from my father. And that's why I like two partners. I don't care if it's two men, two women, a man and a woman. It's nice to have two parents or two parental figures of some kind. Even if you only have one parent, if you have like an uncle or an aunt or a close family or friend, it's nice to have those two people to play good cop, bad cop, or whatever. He really saved my ass. It could have been very detrimental to me, and it was to some extent. I struggled playing sports and stuff because of my dad, and how I beat myself up all the time, and I didn't have that support from my dad. I had coaches help me along with that kind of shit, but fucking luckily, that shit stuck with me my whole goddamn life. That help those guys gave me. My coaches, man, were like fucking. Those fucking guys knew exactly what I was going through, and I'll be forever grateful for those men that were in my life, those formative fucking teenage years, and they saved me a lot of goddamn life grief. But if you ever have that chance in life, it's okay to be held to a high standard, but like it was hard to be rejected by my dad. It really was. It really hurt. Yeah, exactly, Tippy. I wanted that from my dad. I wanted that approval. Fuck yeah, I did. I looked up at my dad was Superman to me. I really, at one point, thought my dad had a Superman costume inside of a door in his closet that he would change into and go save the world. He's a badass motherfucker. Still alive today. Still a good guy. Still love him. For all of his faults, still love the guy. You can't be perfect. I didn't. My father never. He beat the fuck out of me. Today he'd be considered an abuser, but he didn't abuse me like other kids got abused when I was a kid. He never sexually abused me either. I never got abused as a kid. I had like one brief encounter where I thought I might be was going to be abused, but my parents were always there for me. They did the right, like overall, for all the faults normal humans have, and as you get older, like I used to blame my dad for a lot of shit, and as I got older, I realized that he's just another fucking human. I got my own fucking faults, and he did the best goddamn job he could. What he had. Does he watch the show? I don't know. I don't know if he watches the show or not. He might. I'm unsure. We talk less and less these days. If you guys don't know, some of you know, some of you don't. My mom is very far along at this point with dementia, and my dad takes care of her. He moved with her to a retirement community that's fake, so he spends a lot of time with her, and he's very sad. And my mom was always she was like the rock in our family, and my mom always took care of my dad, and now he's taking care of her, and it's been really rough on him. He's very angry about it. He always wanted and thought that he would be the first to go, and that she'd be fine without him, that kind of shit. And in fact, it's the reverse, and it's been really hard go for him. He gets very angry. He doesn't want to talk sometimes. I can understand that and respect that. He had a whole nother life that had not another life like I didn't know about, but he has his own version of, like I have my version of my life with my dad, and then my dad's got his own version of his life with kids and a wife and his own hopes and aspirations and stuff like that. And he's very sad and upset about that stuff, and I can't blame him. Yeah, I think that's part of life too, right? Goliath, like, I even give kids like quarter and stuff. Like, kids need to rebel against their parents. Kids need to like find the faults in their parents and work through that. Dude, I got a good story about this. So my no one's here right now. You know, my youngest daughter, her, my youngest daughter, her first and best friend that she met here in Detroit, her dad just died, and my daughter's having a very difficult time coping. Um, she's devastated, and I'm sure it has something to do with her love for her friend, and she's never been through that with her friend, and she probably thinks about me too. And I keep talking to her about spending time with her. This is one of her best fucking friends, and she's like avoiding her right now. And so all I can do as a parent is try to guide her through that. This is all new for her. Her only experiences with death and stuff like that is by having pets, right? One of the reasons you have pets is so kids can learn to cope with death and loss and dying, and that kind of stuff. Have those life skills, and I think about that right now with what my daughter's going through, with what I went through as a kid, my perspective and her perspective, and her life experiences and all that kind of stuff. So even as I get older, it's always like something fucking new that I have no experience with, or no experience with from that perspective. There are some supervillains out there, though. There are evil people. Did you guys see that fucking shit with Jeffrey Epstein's ex-wife, some Swedish woman, and she's like fucking sending him emails that her daughter's friends were coming over. They were hot or some shit like that, 15-year-old girls or some shit. I was like, what the fuck? There are evil people out there. Don't believe there isn't. Yeah, the dementia is tough. It's real hard. My mom deserved to be to not have dementia, have a nice long old life, and like just go die of natural causes and stuff. And it's just been this whole fucking thing. Oh, your parents always took your pets to go live on a farm? That sucks. That must mean you were going through some kind of struggle, right? Some kind. That sucks. They took them to go. We couldn't keep pets alive with our kids. We of course got them pets that one way or another. Like I had one daughter fucking poured bleach into a bowl of water to clean it. She thought it'd be a good idea to clean the water with bleach and murdered a beta. It was terrible. I had another daughter. The other daughter tried to feed a fish too much food, and fish killed himself. Like, oh man. We used to do like full burial services and stuff for our animals as they've passed through the years. We'd do like my kids, we would do like a coffin. We'd build the coffin. We'd dig a hole outside. We'd do a procession with music. We'd play instruments. We'd give read last rites, you name it. Kids would be fucking bawling. It's awesome. Time is right now 2:18. Take a quick break here. There's a little bit of pullback going on. Just be easy right now. Here's the 4 hour. They're still parked up here. Just note that these sellers are going to make an attempt. They are trying to sell this down right now above. You can kind of see them up here. See them up here? This price action is sellers trying to come in. There's probably some hedging activity going on too. Some fear for underlying. Not just fear, but like, hey, I own underlying. I want to take some cheap hedges for Monday. Cheap ass puts. Puts are cheap again. Just a warning out there. If you haven't read the brief from last night, you should. It's still very important right here. You might get squeezed out on some cheap puts, but you can probably buy another round at the bell. Don't go full tits. Oh my God, he said hedge. Buy all full account puts on a Monday. You can buy some cheap ass puts here and try again at the end of the day if you want to hedge your underlying. Or you can just go a little bit of risk offish until you get a nice pullback that's good for you. We are above the daily trigger right now, 5-minute trigger crossing above. The 15-minute looks weak. I'm going to assume that the 5-minute looks a little weak too at this point. So I wouldn't be trusting the 5-minute. I will check in the background right now the daily trigger and see if that's improving at all. Let me just check SPX. SPX is above the daily trigger too. I really want to see this hold this zone right now. I'm very interested to see what happens here. I'm losing my fucking voice. I sound like a fucking smoker. This is Captain Jim James. Been smoking them Pall Malls for the last 30 years. Come on, pop it, baby. I got emphysema. Remember those back in the day when everyone had emphysema? Oof. Talk about a nightmare way to die. Ooh, daily velocity is improving right now. Good job, bulls. Take another quick break. It's 2:18. I'll be back here in just a little bit. Just kind of consolidating here. No distribution as of yet. We are holding the 4 hour right now. Bulls really do between now and the next few sessions. They want to be trading 692.25. If the Bulls can trade 692.25, it's extremely bullish. Not extremely bullish, but it's what the Bulls need to try to attempt to stop a much larger major correction in the stock market. And I'll be right back with you guys. I'm gonna put the and I'll give you an expectation over the weekend as well. You got an expectation for what to expect over the weekend as well today, so you don't panic. And what else do I have here? The news squawker on. And I'll be right back in a minute. No shit, mofo. I do too. I have a pet, but I own a property in Detroit with like an apple orchard in it, and I have a pet cemetery in there, and then I have another pet cemetery at this new house right here with one pet in it. We got a pet cemetery too, dog. That shit's still there. It's got headstones and everything. Well, we don't do headstones. We do like blocks of concrete. And we write stuff in it and stuff. I got one of those too, dog, and I can't get rid of it. Leave this right here for you. Stops underneath this daily trigger right here. I don't think you're getting above 690, so let's leave it right here. Be right back. New squawker's on too. Just a heads up.
So the Dow Jones Industrial crosses 50,000 for the first time. US Energy Secretary Wright says Venezuela could absolutely get over 1 million barrels a day and scale from there, speaking in a CNBC interview. NYMEX gasoline March futures settle at around $1.95 a gallon. Diesel March futures at around $2.41. Natural gas March futures settling at around $3.42. And WTI crude March futures settling at $63.55 a barrel, which is up 26 cents or 0.41%. Seeing Netflix shares pair their gains, last up around 0.8%. This is following a Wall Street Journal report that the US Justice Department is investigating a merger probe in whether Netflix has engaged in anti-competitive tactics. We have posted out the Wall Street Journal article for those interested, as again the US Justice Department is investigating whether the merger probe into whether Netflix has engaged in anti-competitive tactics.
Keep an eye on Bookmap.
Brent crude futures settle at $68.05 a barrel, up 50 cents or 0.74%.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we are expecting the US consumer credit forecast 8 billion on the prior 4.23 billion. We're also expecting Trump to be signing executive orders per his roll call. Unsure if there's a live video at this time. I will keep you posted if one does become available. So in 5 minutes time now, at the top of the hour, we get the US consumer credit forecast 8 billion on the prior 4 spot 23 billion. Trump is also due to be signing executive orders at the top of the hour. No live video for this that we can see. If that changes, we'll keep you posted. One minute now for the US consumer credit. Ten seconds. Still waiting. 24.045 billion, 24.045 billion, higher than forecast 80 billion. And we have posted the US Consumer Credit December report on the feed for those interested.
All right. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do. Get rid of what? This. Be right back. Okay, we're gonna do a All right, so we're gonna do some weekend outlook time stuff. Let's start with yeah. Okay, so when I give you your weekend outlook, there's a couple of things to look at here. The first one is there's a big cross coming up on SPX, which can lead to more uppies, of course, and then a return to test that low, or even just in here, with a potential for going down, all the way down. I'm going to talk about this in more depth here in a minute. There's something else fascinating here too, which is, do you get up high enough to not blast all the way down here? Or you fail with some supply up here, go back down, then swing back up again. So we're going to look quickly at trigger screen. We're going to close that up. We're going to look. It's 3 p.m. right now, right? We're going to delete everything so that I can give you an idea of what to expect here. You've got a beautiful little couple things. So you got R3 above. You got a nice consolidation. Look at this briefly here. Right here. You got R3 above. On bull side of things, typically, if we go above R3, I normally sell the news on buy side. Sell side, not so much. Sell side has a hard enough time getting the market to lower that you'll never notice. Like, we'll make big moves either pre-market, after hours, or just on the opening bell. So you set the tone for the day down. You don't see that oftentimes with trend days up. They're not as frequent as when we're selling. So just on this note here, on an intraday basis, normally anything over R3, normally the next day turns into a sell. Now, in the particular situation that we're in right now, sometimes you can get an outsized move on SPY on a situation just like this, or at least near R4, R5. Because bulls have to make up some shit. They got to make up some room here. So just keep that in mind as we enter the close today. Now, there's a bunch of shit over the weekend. As far as like economic calendar for next week, I want to talk to you about that ahead of time. We have some fear, of course, because we're unlocking the ability to go lower with price action broad market. Number two, we've got the Iran thing. We also have some other shit with, like, not so much Epstein at this point, but there is some stuff with like Epstein, and then there's some, like the data that's being dropped. We're like, as that stuff starts to unravel, there's potential for volatility tied to it if we're to involve elected officials and stuff like that with more damning evidence. So anyways, there's that volatility in the background here. But bigger than that, way bigger than that, is we have a ton of data that's been pushed next week. And it's interesting because that data was available even with the partial government shutdown, and they didn't fucking release it. And then we had the shit that came out with Challenger and ADP. And there's an argument to be made that you can look at this two ways. One, it's already a known. They didn't get the bigger down by having NFP on Friday. It being known by the market, it's been priced in theoretically. But you have to be aware that that bad data with ADP and Challenger likely shows up in this data coming out next week. I do wonder if it's being altered. so it doesn't come up next week. They throw ADP and Challenger under the bus. At any rate, just to be aware that next week we have, let's make sure I got this right here. Next week on, just check this again just to make sure I got this right, because I know a lot of this shit's been changing here. This data stuff. So next week on Tuesday we get retail sales at 8:30 in the morning. The big boys here though is Wednesday. Probably need to look at Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Coming into non-farm payrolls, the unemployment rate. And then Friday we get core inflation, month over month, year over year. The inflation rate, month over month, year over year. These are pretty big fucking things. Like next week's a fucking huge data week. It's stacked to the gills, starting early. Tuesdays typically retail sales is usually a bear thing. Hasn't been recently, but it usually is. Retail sales to me look pretty good right now. Retail sales previous was 0.6. The forecast is 0.4, so that might be in Bull's favor. Although we are in the slow part of the year with retail sales, we're post holidays and that kind of stuff. So I expect it to be in line. 0.4 sounds about right. The consensus is 0.5. I don't think it comes in at 0.3. I don't. The non-farm payrolls and unemployment rate, very dangerous, and there will likely be some hedging on that shit, even if it's only unrealized volatility that's realized and not volatility. But then we roll right into Friday with inflation shit, and that shit is getting bigger. I'm telling you right now, inflation. If you think inflation is high, we've bottomed in inflation, and that brought up that whole conversation the past couple of weeks with we're not going to get any more cuts and that kind of stuff. And we're not on a low right now either. If I was going to use cuts this year and I was the Fed, I would be saving them for any kind of seasonal low. And I'd be waiting for April, May to drop one of those, and probably July, August, somewhere in there, to drop another one, or not use them at all. One of those, it's one of those two. It's either wait for a seasonal low in both of those time periods, or you don't get a fucking cut. So you may get one or two more cuts this year. Now, you know about the information for next week. We're going to post a couple of those here. We got retail sales on Tuesday, right? Yeah, Tuesday at 8:30. Let me put this on a higher frame here. So Tuesday, 8:30 in the morning. Just going to write RS over here. Retail sales. And then on Wednesday, the big boy. It's going to do NFP. Going to do everything that's going on that day. And then we've got Friday, right? You get inflation on Friday. What I do find fascinating is at the money volatility is expected to go down next week, but I don't trust that. I don't trust that like at the money vol shit longer than a few fucking days. Inflation. Let me check a few things here. So you have to worry about any of that stuff until the following week. You also want to be looking ahead to this is OPEX. No, yeah, that's expiration. And then we have OpEx here. I like to put that one at 1600, and I like to put the expiration at, yeah, that's good enough. No, 9 a.m. That's a fuck ton of volatility right there. That is a fuck ton of volatility. So like, if you want the bear case, you got OpEx, and then you got month end. This is when you get your new flows down here. Or end of month. Flows can be bullish or bearish. Not only that, but depending upon where we are in the market, we don't need to know about that at the moment. But just looking at the market, like I just want you to think about the market here. So this is all-time highs right here, right? Where's the 13th? Right in here. Normally we'll see like declines on the 13th of the month. You get some Vixpiration in here. My bigger fear is like come down here to 675, 680, and then we pin it again. That's base case on negativity. It can go lower, but and there's some other stuff we're going to discuss. Like, do we come all the way down here, make our way up into NFP, inflation rates, and then we're back down. Inflation's bad. Vixpiration, chopper to the downside. They're like kind of putting around over here. One of the dangers here too is if we're down below over here with a new low, so you got your low over here, we come back down here, make that low, and we break that stuff, and then before you know it, if we're underneath here, this could signal a larger correction to the downside. If you want to snip that, you can, but I want you to think about that. If you want to know where a trap is or whatever, if you're very bared up, I don't think we start cratering. Maybe we do that soon. I think it takes time. Remember too, as we get closer to OpEx for each month and quarter, we start to wind or the vortex comes in to try to pin us into whatever we're doing. So even if you were to blast down, you would still swing up into this zone and up in here and then make another leg lower. So it's not that you can't go down here. It's just be aware of even if you go down, you're likely to get sucked back up at least to here. The reason I bring this up too is because you want to be thinking about like pinning action. Is the pinning action for OpEx up here, or is the pinning action for OpEx down here? Let's go look really quick at. I'm going to look at a few things here in the background. Max pain in here for OpEx is like somewhere in the 60s. Hold on. 682. Currently the max pain is at 682, which is like right in here. Let's say you're down there and you're just like even if you get up here or here, it doesn't really matter, but you're kind of being sucked into this OpEx down here. So you're bringing up some bad data down, Vixpiration, down, trying to park us into this like 682, 680 for OpEx. And the bigger danger is if we're down here coming up in OpEx or We do the OpEx thing, pin here, and then new flows. Like even if it's just down here, like new flows come in for month end, we tend to like pin this again, wherever that may be. And if they're like doing this bullshit where we're down here and then up here, the new month flows for March could be extremely bearish. Now, that's just for the bear case or whatever. Let's take a look. Let's do a better job of taking a look at this stuff. I should have made these like this earlier, but I didn't. Oh, that's fine. That's not my expectation, but I just want to explain all outcomes to you so that you have more awareness, market awareness of where we are. Remember that I don't necessarily believe in this data. I do if it's like material, but it's usually used as a place to either sell or buy, depending on where price is. These are binary events that are used for narrative, as someone pointed out in the Discord earlier. Close some of this stuff out over here. Just check risk on behavior really quick. We got NXT, BKV, PACS, ALAB, of course. Let me show you. Show you this right here. Pay attention right now. I'm being serious. Like, seriously, pay attention. I want to show you a couple things here before the close. The first one is this line down in here. You know, if on some kind of a sell on a 692.50, if they can break this down right here, it sets up this over here. And then you're pinned in. And I'll show you what this looks like here in just a second. So I'm going to show you what I think happens objectively. It does not need to come out like this. I'm going to give you a weekend expectation, and then I'm going to show you some pitfalls leading into next week with these data drops, and then OpEx and month end, and what they're trying to set up, sellers are trying to set up here. So the first thing you need to know is this is the big bad boy right here. And this thing fucking matters right here. See it right there now? And the fear that if I had one fear, it's well, anyways, we should trade 692 50. Where's the close here? The bigger question becomes, how deep is this? I'm gonna make this bigger so you can visualize with me here. You know, we beat this high right here. We kind of need to beat that high. To try to stop this. See, like, we need to stop this to go up. What we don't want to see is the 692.50 come all the way down here. And then you get the inflation reading, and if that's bad, or even VIXY, we're down here, you know? Stalling into this 692 over here. And then we're starting a correction over here. See it right there? Right, it's right there. If I had to guess, this would be the bear thesis right here. There's your 640. That ain't pretty, is it? Not pretty. Right there, right there, right there. You're coming into the new month. There's your 682.50. You come into your new month and it's just fucking sell town. Here is your daily trigger. Bad momentum. See it now? Just like down, 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 down. Now, that does not have to happen either. We're going to look at a few things here, but you want to snip that for yourself, you can. There's the pin for OpEx. There's your first part of support right here for this would be on inflation and Vixpiration low. So you get the volatility from Vixpiration. And then, of course, the momentum to the downside. If you want to snip that, you can. Now's the time to do it. I'm not going to show it again. You want to snip that? I'll wait. There's your gap fill down here, 640. I do want to warn you right here on this high, whatever this high is, a nice hedge. I've said it fucking too many times. I'm going to say it again. You know, if you want to hedge for something into like March, there's OpEx for March right there. Or is that, yeah, it's March OpEx right here. 640 March OpEx. March, end of March. You could rate it in a little bit, like 648, 650, 650p spread, end of March. You might even do it a week after March. It'll give you some leeway. You can put more time on it. You can even make it farther out if you wanted to, but just a heads up, if you wanted to hedge on one of these highs up here, probably got a good chance at it. You can even just go puts if you want, if it gets rejected. But just a heads up on that. This is the plan more than likely from bears. There's also, you see this stretch right here? Nice stretch right here. We are compressing we're currently compressing daily velo and a little bit tighter range in here, right? It's like coming down. Now this doesn't necessarily play out, but I want you to just see where they're coming from. Okay. And you've been warned from the market. You've been warned here. You've been SPY's not showing it just yet. But SPY could show it on this back test. That's where it would show from SPY. If you see this up here, you can even just take this to sell. You know, an OpEx, you can take that to sell. Like, you don't necessarily have to hedge here. You can, you know, if they unlock the door, any kind of move higher, you definitely hedge that without a fucking doubt. I'd be a fucking seller there. I would need to see a lot of shit. I would totally be a fucking seller in there into March. We're not there yet, so you have time, I guess. You don't necessarily have to like put this trade on at the moment, but just be aware of it, okay? Now, we're going to deal with the bears are all like taking notes and shit. There are a few more things in here too, which is these things that if we're going down, these events should mark highs. So if you wanted to wait to do this on like NFP high or an inflation high coming into an NFP report or an inflation report, maybe it's even up here. So you can wait sometimes like on a major high or something like that. But we're coming in like 692 right now. So we're gonna deal with just the 1 hour time frame, what to expect, and I want to show you. I don't fucking see it. It's why is it only showing up on fucking why is this only showing up on Webull? Let me check this really quick. I don't know why that's not showing up here. Hold on, let me just check this really quick. Yeah, it's kind of showing up there, but not really. Oh, maybe it's because they don't show. This is why they don't show it. Because of they don't show it because it doesn't show around the clock stuff in here. There's a giant wick at like 4 a.m. on Thursday and Friday. There's a giant wick in here. There's a wick. It's not showing up because we don't have that data, but there's a wick in here. You guys already know that I love like zeros, fives, 2.5s, that kind of stuff. And we got 625, or excuse me, 69250. And this is this prior high right here. Do you see this prior high? You really want to watch if this rejects here or if this pops up and rejects. This is going to matter down the road for that forward outlook. As of right now, because of that, the new lows going on around the market, I give this mostly to I mostly give this to the bears. I don't know. Maybe no edge for both. So we're gonna look really quick. Check the different time cycles here and just see what we got. We got this one right here. And the Friday low, this is it right here. If you're bullish, what you want to see if you're bullish is this. And then at least by Wednesday of next week, a return and then hold if you're a bull. Let me go back to the date really quick here. There is something else to be had here. Look at this here. So you see this like 692.50? The bulls only have to hit right here. Right there. They don't actually have to hit this yellow line. So 692.26, the bulls must hit that fucking thing. Like in this run. The quicker the recovery, the better. Like I'm being dead up on this shit. Like if you're a fucking bull or a buyer, like you have to go as high as you possibly can. You are hitting your. By the way, you should be done here. You see this? I think you're done. You hit your daily. I think you're done for the day. Maybe you get one more up here. Maybe there's a squeeze up on the weekend. This would be nice, like something like this over the weekend. Open on Monday up here. We can do this right now, but there's no requirement that we do it right now. Let me just check this real quick. Couple little 1 hour sweeps in here. Usually don't. I'm not going to put these in here. You can see them, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, as long as you see them, you're fine. You don't need me to snap all these lines in there and make it fucking look stupid. Let's go back to look at this stuff. Bulls can. I think bulls can give up this gap, but that's it. And I want you to remember in particular, let's make this yellow. I'm going to make this red. That's bad. We can't read around here. We're all over the crayons. So here's the weekend right here. This is Tuesday. This is Monday. So we're not dealing with any of this crap right now. I just drew it out for you over here. What the bears are looking for. You want to be paying very close attention to these, like, did it do this or did it not do that? Inflection point shit. Did it pop above or did it not? It's going to get complicated as we move through these next 3 sessions in the next 3 weeks. So listen to me closely on this. This is the first week over here of March, right? Today is the 6th of February. So over the course of the next 3 days and the next 3 weeks are going to really tell us a ton. Like, is this the top? The next 3 days and the next 3 weeks, we're going to come into that new flows in the 4th week, and it's going to fucking matter. So keep that in the back of your mind. Next few sessions, next few weeks, okay? And inflection points are going to matter in this time period. So for currently expectations, I'm going to leave this open here. I'm not going to touch this white and red line. Yeah, I will. I'll touch that white and red line. So what I'm going to do is this. I'm going to draw the expectation like this. What do we got there? What is this? Retail sales right over there. I'll give them till Monday. This is Tuesday at 8 a.m. I'll give this to Monday. 1600. Let's call it. Nah, it won't. It probably won't take that long. 10 a.m. Right there. And I'm going to give it to the bulls that they break the white line. Although they don't need to go that high, they only need to go right here. They only need 692.28. And then we got to talk about this down here. Actually, I'll just, you know what? Fuck this. That's wrong. I'm going to do it just like this. Make this a 2. That the bulls hit this between now and then. 10 a.m. on Monday. And then you're going to be looking for a drawdown. This is going to be dotted. Okay. Now, this does not have to happen here. And it does not have to happen to the depth here. But if you're a bull and you want to see the worst case scenario, and let's say you tag that. If you hit that, the expectation would be that the deepest it should go is somewhere right in here. So now you're pricing in volatility, retail sales nonsense, right? Doom into NFP. Non-farm payroll right down here. And this is where the real danger comes in. On one side of this, you could say that this worst thing is Great Depression stuff could work on either side because it's bullshit information. And if it's brushed off and the market's already absorbed it, it might not mean anything. If that's the case, well, I don't think you need to hedge just yet. If you watch what I just posted, you'll have a second chance to hedge. You can hedge from right here, but you're likely going to get, if things go horrible down here, you're likely going to get on 82 another chance. Like right around OpEx, you're going to get another fucking chance. So it might be a little early. If you're going to hedge right now at the top at 692.50, I would be fucking trying to put a lot of time on it. And I'd have to look at a bunch of different trades. There's a bunch of different trades you could do. You could do the one that I forget what the fuck it's called right now, but where it limited upside and bigger downside. I forget off the top of my head. I can't figure. There's two of them that's like that, but it's a little early for that. I think that the better hedge is over here, and so you can just like hammer it, because there are other outcomes available here. But anyways, tack that one right there. Come down into this over here, and you got some Vixpiration down here. You could theoretically say we price in VIXY down here. The danger would be touching this down here, of course. And the bigger thing is for the outlook into the weekend. If you want a 1 hour outlook from me, it's probably just this. That's it. This is my outlook for the weekend. Now, I showed you some other outcomes in that 4 hour. I showed you what the bears want. And that's not the only outcome. There are more bullish outcomes. But I'm going to show you a bearish outcome because of what's going on here. And this is where my real fucking fear is over here. Is that this leads into... Now I'm going to leave this dotted in here. This leads into we need to hit that low, right? Just bring that back over here. Hold on a second here, guys. Just need to get underneath this. That's it. Right about there. Like I don't think you should be trading this over here. Make that a 1.
According to CFTC, speculative traders are the most bearish dollar since July.
Me too. I am too. So it's like right there. There's your NFP. There's your inflation. There's your VIXY. Your OpEx is 682. Yep. You could come right down right here. OpEx, right? I want to talk. There's a reason I want to show this to you here. The reason I want to show this to you here and why you have a better chance of maybe not a better chance, but if your target, let's say, is 640, I think the better trade here is in and around OPEX, month end, and letting this play out. Because you can send this fucker down like over here, even over here. This is all month end OPEX shit. So new flows for March. Now, the reason I'm saying to wait, you don't need to do top of the keys shit. There's a ton of money to be made. The reason I'm saying wait is because the bulls here are ripping up here. If these bulls step back in,
Fed's Daily says she keeps a very open mind on interest rates,
and seasonally,
adding that she leans toward more rate cuts in 2026.
you know,
It's
you're all
hard to
getting
say if
fucking
that's
bared the
one
fuck
cut
up.
or two.
Man, I want you to think about
She
this.
supported Fed decision last week to hold rates steady, but thought case could have been made for a cut.
Here, then you got a bunch
And
of
she has
motherfuckers
to
buying
cut.
puts
You need to be
here.
more confident on
Then before you
inflation,
know it, it's
or
like
see the
bam,
labor market as more
bam,
challenged than
right?
data
And then
currently
rip
shows.
fucking face off over here.
Workers feel they are walking on a knife's edge.
And you still
If
have
job
you
market
still
goes
have
from
a
no
702
firing to
wall
some
here. Turn
firing,
this shit off.
Fed may need to.
Voice news disconnected.
You still have a 700 here, but before you know it, you're wham wham. There's your 1, 2, right here. 1, 2, right? New high, and then all of a sudden they're coming in. So I think for your hedge, I know that like in hindsight you'd be like, I wish I took it up there. I would just be a little bit patient. Even though the warning is here, well, the warning is not here. It's across the market, but it's not on SPY. You really want to see this first. I think in the brief last night I said to you, you want to first wait for that opening. If you get that opening, then we start fucking masks off. We're all fucking bears. I said that in the brief last night. I was like, don't get bared up yet. I'm like, you got to hit that low, and then we can start looking to sell any high. Like every high is a sell. So, but we're not there yet. We haven't fucking done this. So, you know, I know that everybody wants this shit to happen like fucking 2 days, but this shit takes time. It always takes time. And this is a prime example right here. This is a prime example. You know, even if this morning we went down here and unlocked that door, you would expect that squeeze still. So just doing the unlock, look at how long it's taking. It takes time. Markets usually don't go straight up and straight down. And I know that there's stories you've heard from people that made $1 bazillion in this one move that went down fucking 400 points in 2 days. But that's not the reality. It's not the reality for you in the market over 20 fucking years. None of you and me are not fucking flying a private fucking jet that we own. So that means we don't make enough fucking money. If that's the fucking truth for most of you and me and everybody else out there, you'd be better served by being patient. All right? So, you're really waiting to see what this is. And no, it doesn't come down here, unlock, and then just start crashing. Maybe, but if we get a new low, we can take that trade. You understand what I'm saying? So even if they drag this shit out for OPEX and the new month flows, that is where you would get what you need to sell down. You know, you're getting new month flows that are bearish. You're getting a bunch of fucking puts. You got a sentiment is now shifted to like, oh my God, this is bad. So just give it some time. The key points here would be if we hit this white line, where do we hold? And there's some key places here. I'm going to leave this for you for your weekend because keep on going, baby. Because of something. And there's a few things I want you to know. Number one, the S&P fucking 500 is resilient. Remember that. This isn't fucking ticker fucking scam over here. This is the S&P 500. And number two, And then you tag this shit right. Oh my God, I gotta check my account. What the fuck is? I gotta look at my account real quick. I am probably fucking rich right now. Hold on. Oh fuck yeah. What time is it right now? 3:50. Yeah, I gotta take some money off the table here. Well, well, well. Looky here. Oh hell yeah. Okay, so keep on pushing, spoos. I gotta write Burr in the Discord. That fucking thing. Look at that. Look at that shit. Fucking whole move erased in one fucking day. Woo! Woo! Yes. How many traders are looking at that right now and they cut their losses? You better be careful I don't go out there and fucking find you for asking me fucking questions. You sell cap at the bottom? Fuck you, I was buying down there. Get fucking out of here. I know. Oh, goddamn right. I'm up 161% on a trade right now. Fuck me. Oh my God. Yes. Yes, yesity. We just touched positive gamma on SPX. Just touched positive gamma on SPX. Woo! Or technical positive gamma. Okay. Remember who told you we were going to crash this week and I said no. God damn it. They fucking buddy fucked you. Oh my God. Okay. Now, Jesus Christ. Oh my God, I'm so fucking stoked. Suck my balls. Suck my fucking balls. Fuck you, bears. Oh, God. Oh. Oh. Jesus Christ. Fucking terrorists. Okay, so down here, right? That was me selling, by the way. All right, so, oh, I can't even imagine, like, I can't even imagine the number of fucking people that are fucking drinking the goddamn Kool-Aid sold and just watch that price hit. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. Sorry. Having a moment here. So when we come back down in here, right? We don't necessarily need to come down this low. It can be here. It can even be right here. Okay? Now I'm drawing this down here for the fucking degenerates that say, Cap, you didn't write it down here. So I'm going to put it all the way down here for now, okay? All right? So right here is your expected downside move. You have not given up that low. You have not unlocked this. If we come all the way down here and can survive the fucking volatility next week, we have an ability to go way the fuck up here. So we might not unclench until after the OpEx, but still, like you got OpEx in the end of the month down here. You know, they rope you in here. They send you back down to 82, right? Come back up here. They pin you in. See it right here? Before you know it, you're back into the month-end shit. All right? You got that being pinged, and you're back up here again. They could get bulled up, and we're out of here. So don't get too fucking bared up just yet, okay? You can see it from the top side up here. You know, they start fucking, all of a sudden, we're going up. And remember that yellow line right there? You know, they're up here fighting this shit, and we're back on trend again. So there's your March, and all of a sudden, you're hedging up here, and you're getting fucking annihilated. I think the better trade for the hedging is later, like OpEx and month end. You start dicking around with this and they start running your ass up here, or you put a stop on your hedge or something like that. Okay, so just be careful. Oh God, that felt so fucking good. What a fucking pin strike. Oh God, one day straight vertical. Oh God, yes. Fuck yeah. So I'm gonna make it this low down here. Price target. Worst case scenario 74, 674.12. Called 674.5. Target 676.66 in this vicinity. We don't need to go that low. I'm going to leave this with you for an expectation into over the weekend. Now, I got one more thing for you. Don't wake me up on fucking Sunday and say the market is crashing. Be like, oh God, Cappy, it's crashing, and we're right here on open on Monday morning. You understand what I'm saying? Or if they pop us up here on Monday and then we start crashing during the day, I can hold your hand through it. But if we do this over the weekend and you think that's a crash and we're fucking parked here on Monday morning, we're buying a fucking dip right on the bell. You got me? You understand what I'm saying here? Don't be like all weirded out. Maybe we invade Iran and we're looking horrible and then all of a sudden we're cranking. Okay? Please listen to your Uncle Cappy. I'm begging you out there. Too many times we come back and say, chill, man, relax. It's going to be okay. I got you. When things turn shit sideways and the shit hits the fan, I will let you know. Okay? I will let you know. There's so much time to sell bigly. I said bigly. When shit actually hits the fan. There's big downs. You make so much fucking money, it's not even funny. Make your whole year in that shit. The rest of it is all noise. It's all positing and, I don't know, bullshitting and if possibly coulda, shouldas, or whatever. So let me look at that shit at nighttime and the weekends and all that kind of shit. That's why you're here. I can do it for you. For you to not worry. I do the worrying for you. And then we talk about it afterwards, okay? We plot and plan and make our money that way. Okay. So, and by the way, if you remember, last night I had us going up this morning, right? Yeah. So you should have made a bunch of money today. Okay, so don't freak out on the weekend if we go down. Don't freak out if we pop on Monday and go down all day Monday. Just don't, okay? Please. Don't. And there's another thing. We could grind this all out until retail sales and inflation and all that other bullshit. So we can just park here too. So just don't get crazy just yet, all right? Don't get crazy just yet. A lot of room in here for bad data, Iran bullshit, whatever else unravels or whatever. Here is your expectation. I'm going to put this for Wednesday. Tuesday, Wednesday. I'm going to extend it. No, Wednesday is right there. That's the nicest way to do it. So I don't get like, oh, Cap drew it over here and it was over here. Time or price? Time or price? Take word. I know you motherfuckers take words out of my mouth all the time. Here, I'll even put the dates on it for you. I always forget to do that. You guys shouldn't, like, when you guys see dates and shit, that's a window, not a, it's going to happen on that date. That's why I tend not to put dates on charts. You guys are always trying to, like, oh, it didn't happen, or it happened the day before, and I wasn't ready for it. That kind of shit. Like, it'll be like this. Like, oh, dude, it went all the way up here, and then it came down here, and oh, then I wasn't in it. He said it was going to happen over here. You know, it's just like nonsense. Then it's like down here, it was before, bro. You know, that kind of shit. You're not going to get, like, sometimes it's to the fucking pin, but this is an hourly outlook. This shit takes, whatever. It is a range in here. You guys already know. Okay, so here's your expectation. Bam. And I will have, because of where we are and the stress for a lot of traders out there, I will, last weekend I tried to have some futures stuff out for you before the open. Was I traveling or some shit? I think I was traveling. And for some fucked up reason, I couldn't get that shit to you early enough. I think I was traveling still. I think I was like stuck fucking in the middle of nowhere. That's what I think. Was that last weekend? I don't fucking know. At any rate, I will try to have something out for you before 6 p.m. on Sunday. Okay, I'll try to have some kind of like future shit for everybody. ES, RTY, YM, and NQ. To at least give you some kind of like weekend doom shit. And if I do that for you before 6 p.m. on Sunday, please do me a fucking solid. And I'm down with the shit posting for crashes and all that kind of shit. I'm down with Goliath saying that shit. But just don't drink the fucking Kool-Aid. Like, please. And you know what I mean by that. Like, where it just sways your opinion. Trade with rules. And trade with tools. And please, you know, if this, then that. Like, I don't need to listen to the fucking news. I don't need to listen to any of that shit. I mean, every once in a while, something will break that isn't priced into the market doesn't know about. You might get caught in that. But generally, that means if you have the news on, you have to sweep away 90% of it. And a lot of people can't do that. So for most of you, you know, don't drink that fucking Kool-Aid. Please, please don't. It ruins traders. It really does. At any rate, even if they're right, because you use confirmation bias for the fucking 900 times they're wrong. Sorry to rant. I want you, listen, if you're my child, I'm begging you on Friday. You did a good job this week. You did a great job. Whether you were a seller or you didn't bend and you got long, or you got long and you stayed to this point, I want you to take your weekend and enjoy yourself. You have a busy week coming up next week. Refresh, rest, enjoy. If you made out this week, congratulations. If you got caught this week, take the time to reset. If you recovered this week, congratulations. There were 2 winners this week. Sellers, right? And in large. And well, who else is a winner this week? People that were able to buy dips with no fear and make it up at the end of the week. Think about who lost this week. I want you to think about that. If you want to think about something, think about who the losers were. You don't want to be that guy. And for everyone else and all of you together, take the weekend off and chill. I'll have those expectations for you out on Sunday, barring something fucked up, like I'm fucking stuck in some fucking airport or some shit, which ain't going to happen this weekend. So I'll see you over the weekend. I hope you're enjoying the briefs. There are more of those to come. Those briefs, I started them about a week ago because I knew we were coming into volatility for the season of volatility. I need to write them because we're not going to go straight the fuck up every week until whatever. I'll probably stop them in April, probably stop them in June, June, and then probably whatever the seasonal low is in the fall. Whenever we start just going up and up and up and up again. But anyways,